Ba 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 ba. Ba da ba da nya 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 nya. Ba nya 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 ba nya nya nya. Ba nya 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 nya. Ba nya 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 nya. Ba nya 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 nya. Ba nya 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 nya. Ba nya 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 nya. Banana, 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 Hello. Guys, my friends are late. You missed me? I missed you guys too. I've been all over the place, guys. My friends are not coming to play. They're taking the sweet ass time. It's been like a week, guys. Isn't it crazy? Banana. Banana. In the meantime, we can listen to Nina singing, yeah. This is what I've been doing. Wait, am I early? I'm not early, right? Am I an hour early? I'm not early. I'm on time. I'm on time. I'm always on time, you're correct. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Could you believe it? Could you believe him? Could you believe him? Very early. Me? You wouldn't. Me? Early? I'm always on time. Perfectly on time. Guys, what if I did some beatboxing? Oh, my mic just went. I can't believe it. My friends hate me. They're still not here. They're still not here, guys. Could you believe it? Wow. They're so late. I can't. Can you believe it? Oh my god. Boots and kits, boots and kits, boots and kits, boots. Wait. Wow. Nova, I'm on stream. Just so you know.
Oh, hey, chat. How's it going? It's good.
Guys, it's Nova. Do you hear Nova?
Thank you.
You hear it too?
Yeah, I hear the rhythm of music.
Yeah.
Da 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 da. Oh, your hair looks pretty today.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh my god. What's up? What's up? Hey. Hi. Hi. Do you like this?
Oh god, we're playing this one. Oh, your
Yeah.
outfit's pretty too.
You like it?
Yeah. Wait,
Thank
you know
you.
what? To show how much I like it. Wait, hold on.
What?
Right there we go.
What's up? Oh my god!
Babe.
Booked me. Oh my god, thank you, no one. You're so kind of you.
It is kind of chat. I think that I got gifted a year sub, but
What? A whole
don't-
year?
yeah, I don't
Wow,
know.
okay. Damn, I get blended.
Whoa.
Meow. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Smoothie. Wait, is this the same code from last time, or did
No, it's
Robbie
different.
remix
It's different.
it?
We tested out. It's I haven't had my meds. My meds in the post, so I'm gonna get it tonight. And holy shit, I can't concentrate. I'm gonna tell you that right off the bat. There is too much audio. There's too much audio in that mod.
Oh, is there anything that we can do to help you feel better today while you don't have your meds?
Oh, Robbie, I'm
it's
streaming.
Robbie.
Okay,
Stay straight now.
can do that.
Do you want to see how big my head is?
What?
I already see it.
You see it? Robbie doesn't see it. Look how adorable I look.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
Boop. Did
She's waiting for
Robbie
you
fix
to
the
open
mods?
the door.
I didn't need to fix anything.
He's still getting fixed.
No,
Well, the
not.
last time we tried to play this, we couldn't play multiplayer.
Yes, but I
Yeah.
tested it. It worked fine.
It works now.
Cool. Robbie, how are you? I haven't heard from you in 7 years.
I am.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, because
I
he didn't
am
have
so long.
internet.
It was so long, Robbie.
Yes, I have noticed you guys are completely helpless when I'm not here.
No, we actually had so much fun.
No, you didn't. You felt terrible.
I did.
You're all depressed.
I mean, we felt sorry for you. Because you felt depressed. You were
Yes.
very depressed.
Yes, no internet.
The poor man. The poor man. I'm opening up my stuff.
Yash.
I am gonna open a lobby.
Oh fuck.
You-
I'ma
keep
flick
forgetting
your
to
forehead
update.
with my dick.
What?
Sorry.
It's okay. I cannot wait for a whole session of Ninu who doesn't have her meds.
Take your goddamn meds.
It's
it's
in the post.
Go grab it.
No.
No, it's
not at night time.
it. Wait, is it in the? Does that mean that it's outside, Nino, or does
Yeah,
that mean
The
it's
mailbox.
outside.
What?
Dungeon.
Nino,
Enter dungeon.
wait. Nino, I thought this meant that like it was being mailed to you still.
Oh no! It's in the post, but it's daytime, and I don't go out in the day.
Do you
Bruh.
But are you going to be okay without them? Do you,
Oh
do you
yeah,
feel
yeah,
better?
yeah, 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 yeah. I'll be fine. I just won't be able to concentrate in the game because there's so much audio. We tested it out. Enter the dungeon, guys. Enter the dungeon. And join. Exclamation mark join. Join dungeon. Join dungeon. Dungeon. Hey, Balak.
Oh my god, I have 2,030 hours in VTube Studio.
Only 2,000?
Oh my god.
Girl, you gotta step it up. Let me see how many hours I have. I'm 2,569. Hell yeah.
69, very nice.
Guys, funny number. Funny number. Do you have D&D today?
I think so. I forgot my phone in the kitchen.
Oh.
But wait, hold on. I can grab that really quick.
Bum, bum, bum. Oh, by the way, is game audio loud, guys? Wait, did we win the dungeon? That was pretty fast.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey. Hey, back. I'm Dad. You wanna call me Daddy?
Yes, please.
Oh. Oh. Ravi.
Alright.
What up?
You wanna call me Daddy?
No. Go away from me.
Come to Daddy. Don't you wanna sit on Daddy's lap?
No.
Come on Daddy's lap. No, don't come on Daddy.
Hold up here.
I'm so glad I'm not streaming yet.
Hey, Fragazord. You missed me and you love me? Oh my god. Me? What if I commit low crime? Am I still lovable?
Yeah.
What if I sit on your bed?
That's fine.
That's still fine? Unmarked territory. Hehe. What about what about what's on Daddy's lap? You're gonna sit on Daddy's lap, which is my lap.
Wait, I'm testing game audio. 1 sec.
Okay. Anyway, can you guys hear me slapping my thigh? Fable! Fable,
Okay, I'm back.
What,
Pablo?
You, what the fuck?
you wanna sit on
you
my
actually
lap?
did this on purpose.
Oh no, I didn't.
Didn't join the call on purpose?
Oh, that. Yeah, no, I did that. Yeah.
You wanna sit on Daddy's lap?
Fable, you had
Yes?
joined when I was deaf on.
I still can't join, but I just wanted to jump in here to tell Nina that I don't hate her.
What?
Oh,
Wait, why did she think you hated her?
Because I said I wasn't able to join.
oh yeah, I forgot I said that. Oopsies.
Also, Ravi, I'm so sorry you're getting all these things I was eating.
Yeah,
And he slept on my keyboard.
I can tell.
Can you show us? But don't show chat, just show us.
Oh, like the boy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rusty.
I can do that. Hold up.
Actually, the name has changed again from
It's
Rusty.
Big Boss.
Oh
but
my
my
god,
phone
look
is
at
dead
him!
His eye
Oh,
looks
yeah, his
so
name
much
is
better.
His name is now Loki.
Loki? Loki
Yeah.
these nuts.
I called him a trickster earlier.
Oh my god, he's so
Yeah, he's a
cute!
trickster.
Look at him.
His eye looks so much better.
Yeah, show him the one where the eye is more open.
Okay.
His eye was
Wait, Ravi's sending these? Wait.
Because I got all of them.
Fable, you've been holding out on us.
he open eye. Oh my god, he's so cute. Little bean.
Wait, is today the day you take them to the vet and see if he needs the surgery?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, right, okay.
Chat can't see him. Chat can't see him. No.
I would get my charger and show him to you live, but he just laid down on my arm.
Yeah, I'll show you guys a
Yeah,
picture of
fair
him. I'll show you a cute one.
He's
All of them are
always
cute.
I can
cute.
be your idol, keeping you in check. Meow 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow,
Meow
meow,
meow
meow,
meow 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 meow
meow.
meow. Oh, guys, here it is. Cat. Oh, that's so big. That's what they said about my pee-pee.
That is true. Nino has a big penis.
Look at you guys, so cute. Is this so? Oh wait, I almost. We can see Fable's hand there. I covered it up now. I'm sorry. I want to squish it. It's small baby.
No one comment about my dirty keyboard or desk.
Bro, I sent them a picture one time of my PC and they told me I had cobwebs in it.
Bruh.
Don't, Nino.
What?
I can see what you're doing.
Oh, I didn't do anything.
Free Fable hand?
Oh, you have
Oh,
a tick
so
there, baby.
adorable.
What the hell? You're not allowed to have those.
You have a tick? He has a tick? How did he get a tick?
I'm guessing from when he was still outside.
Oh,
I just
Still
didn't
got
see
a
it. It
tick?
blends so well into his fur and it's very small.
but how did the vet not get that?
Oh, no clue.
Aw. Yeah, you should remove that.
Yeah, I will.
What? Where's it? Oh, whoa! That's massive. How did you guys not see
Looking
that?
at my penis?
Yes. Mama.
Why is Robbie muted?
Oh, maybe he's in game, but he didn't invite me, so
Oh,
He-
yeah.
he's not a real friend.
He's orbiting 61 March. I'm just gonna join his game.
I'm just gonna join it too. Rubber ducks are dangerous. That's what they said about my pee-pee. Okay, I'm gonna stop with the pee-pee joke, guys.
You're not. You're not
Nah.
gonna.
I'm trying my bestest. Hey, Ravi.
Mhm.
Oh, guys. They have big boobas. Look at this.
Whoa, Nino,
Booba.
I didn't. Wait, do I have booba?
Not yet. You have to wear a skin. You can. What's this?
Why?
Horse yellow. Oh my god, I have a horsetail.
Oh my god.
Raccoon purple. You got the drip. Oh baby.
Bro, why are we all so thick? Wait, hold on.
don't
I
know.
need to start. I need to
It's
start
down
my
with the
stream.
Whoa.
SS4 Barra
Okay,
asked
okay.
me, can
Why
you
is it on my
describe
dick?
the beauty of Ninu?
Okay, wait.
Fable,
Question.
Nova,
There's no
Oh my
copyright
God.
music in this, right,
Ah,
Ravi?
fairest subjects of
Ravi.
Newland, let me regale thee with tales of
Mister.
their magnificence.
Oh, maybe
Oh,
he's peeing.
whoa,
With
wait,
eyes
hold
like
up.
the clearest
I
azure
can-
skies
I can move
that
his
captivate
boobs.
the souls of all who dare glance.
Oh my
Noble
god, you
Fable,
can't.
whose presence commands with a regal aura, bestows
It's too
wisdom
big
with grace
for my
unmatched.
liking.
And
You know, I
Nova,
get a good angle on that
siren
one.
with feline charm,
God.
ensnares hearts with a whisper.
Oh,
Together,
Nova, this is
they
your tail.
reign, unparalleled in their
Wait,
beauty
Nino, are you
and
okay if I
allure.
call my stream only some of us took our meds today?
Yeah. Hey, I wonder who they talked about. I wonder.
Oh yeah, Nova, you gotta get the fox blue suit. That's just
Yeah,
you.
this is her.
Okay, wait, one
Look at
sec.
the boobs.
Let me just start up my stream.
Oh hell yeah!
Okay, I'm pressing
Alright.
start. I pressed to start.
I'm gonna say a bad word. Oh wait.
What?
You're streaming. You're streaming.
oh, hi.
He's back.
Hello.
Oh my god, the blue one is me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wait, okay, I just gotta. I started streaming too, by the way, Robbie. Not that you would say anything different.
Oh my god, please! Did you fucking add it again? You did, didn't
What
you?
did he add? What did he add?
What's happening?
The fire alarm thingy. No battery.
No way! I thought I heard that! Robbie!
What?
Bruh.
Well, I'll
What are you
leave you
talking
guys
about?
to it.
Oh no.
Well,
we're
you
trying to
should
miss
come play games with us. Play games with
Yeah,
us.
what the fuck?
I got commission work.
Oh my God.
Up the line.
Yeah.
Bobas.
Well, you could. But I have D&D in the afternoon, so you can't hang out with me this afternoon. So you could do commissions then.
D&D's nuts.
Oh my god, dude.
But right now he's EP, and that means I can get some work done.
Okay.
Wow. Are we doing the same emote?
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's okay. Oh my god.
You should just not have D&D
Is this someone?
and play.
Okay,
Call
wait, do I have my
Island
tail now?
later.
Yeah.
Yup,
Oh my god.
you
You
got
have
two
two
of them.
tails.
I do?
You've got
Why?
a colorful one and a black and white one.
Oh, because I forgot that I had the stuff on. Wait, hold on.
Moo! Moo! Moo!
There you go.
Okay, I'll
Moo!
give you guys a little send off before I leave.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah?
Let's see if it picks up.
Oh my god! Ravi doesn't even hear it. Oh wait, do you hear it, Ravi?
What's happening? I didn't hear anything.
It,
What happened?
it's
No, the
Cyclops
cat bird.
purring.
Oh.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
I
it's
do
so
hear it.
loud.
It's so loud.
Perfect.
Oh,
No, but
now
I'm
there's
not
a
on your
little
stream, by the way. Oh, wait, it's
Oh,
me.
shit.
It was me.
Yeah. Okay. I was like, I thought I clicked
I was
it.
the problem. I was the problem. It's
okay.
me. I'm the
Bye,
problem.
Guys.
Hey, Vivi.
Bye,
Hi.
we'll miss you.
I mean, hi.
Bye.
Bye.
We love you.
She left us.
Is Alice gonna join us today or?
Didn't she say she have birthday with Daddy? Thick
Wasn't it
orange.
last week?
Hold up a minute. Wait, was that last week?
I don't know. Oh, I don't remember. Yeah, she switched suit.
You can do it. Look what I have. I have the rabbit on my pee-pee.
What the hell?
Yes, yeah. I don't know why it's there. I can't. I need this gone.
What?
Can you change the batteries?
No.
What the fuck is this? Oh. Dude.
Wait. There you go.
Wait, how do you do that? Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
Poker face. You can be what your poker face. Poker face, poker face. No. You're the my poker face. Da. Is somebody farting? Wait, who's playing that?
I have no clue where that fucking thing's coming from.
Can we Then we can read the
Okay, are
poker face.
we ready or what?
Yeah.
She's on a basketball court.
Nova?
There's little boots at a
Wait,
basketball court.
I can't hear Nova.
What? Wait,
Wait,
what?
do you hear Nova?
Yeah, I hear her.
Okay, bye. Yeah, let me join again. Let's see. Hello? 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 Nova?
Hello.
Okay, bye. Alt F4. Carry my, no we can win my poker face. Yeah, 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 yeah. Poker face, poker face. Do poker face, poker face. Something like that. Do 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 do. No we can read your my poker face. Ma. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. You can't hear you apparently. Yeah, I can't hear her. Can't hear her yet. Bing 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 bing. It's loading now. It takes a while. Did you have her volume at 0? Well, initially I heard her and then it stopped working. Before Ravi starts complaining. Let me put this. Oh, and also let me put this for Awies. Ma'am. Why is it taking so long? It's too much. Yes. Rewind is a new feature now. And once it goes, are we alone? Bum bum. Boom bum 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 bum. I'm done hiding now. I'm shining like I'm born to be. Hey, hi. I love you very much. I hope you're feeling better. I am. But also, I didn't have my meds, so... Gamble? I can be your idol. Me. You spin my head right round, like a record go round. Hello?
Hello.
I can't hear her.
Okay, Nova, you need to rejoin them.
Oh, wait. Hey, Nova? I don't hear her. You have to Alt F4.
Bruh. Yeah, close the game entirely.
Goodbye.
For some
Goodbye.
reason.
Hi, Kasha.
Oh yeah.
Oh
This
yeah.
is a thing.
This is a
TNX
thing.
For 44 months, my
Thanks
cutie
for 44
patootie
months,
Nini.
my cutie
I care for
patootie
you.
Nini.
And seeing you
I
back
care for
streaming
you.
and being joyful
And seeing you back
healthy,
streaming and being
yell at your
joyful and
pharmacist to be a
healthy.
pharmacist, so you
And
get your
yell
meds
at your
on time,
pharmacist to
or
be a
maybe talk to a
pharmacist.
doctor about a
So you
medication
get your
that
meds on
ain't as bad to
time.
suddenly drop
Pharmacist?
off.
Or maybe talk
Thanks
to a
for
doctor
44
about a
months,
medication.
And I look forward to the 44 next.
Whoa, this tail, but I can't. Okay, what other ones are there?
Well, we gotta buy more.
Parkour! Are you ready, mister? Can I open the door?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Wait. Okay.
Come here. Here, you ready?
Yeah. How do I do it?
Just
How do I
try it.
pick?
Boom!
What the fuck?
I didn't see it because you fucking pushed me.
Yeah. I won.
I got rock, you won. Well,
I got rock too.
no, you got
Wait.
paper for me.
Oh.
Weird.
How do I change?
N.
N?
Yeah, N. What is this?
Dude, is this from what do you call it?
No, it's not
Outer Worlds?
Xavier from X-Men.
Outer Wild?
No. Oh fuck, it might
What the
be.
fuck are you?
I don't know.
What other ones can I do? What other? So dumb. Who the fuck is this?
It's a hip thrust.
Me banging your mom. Nobody. Wait, I can't hear her. Ravi, it's
still
you.
Can't hear her?
Ravi, it's you. You have to start it all over again.
How could it be me?
Start it again.
Yeah, I'm making it up.
I got a Wii. Oh man. Those hip thrusts. Those hippies. Nina, where did you steal those personalities? Your mommy. Hello? Nova? No, I don't hear her. Why don't I hear her? Did you like restart it completely, Ravi?
Brother in Christ, it's not me.
It's you.
It
There's no other
works fine for
explanation.
me. Okay, we all restart the game.
Okay. Bye. Bye-bye. Okay, guys. Is this the third time or is this the fourth time? I need to wee-wee. Sir, I need to wee-wee. I gotta wee-wee. I gotta wee-wee. Bye forever. Is it exclamation mark watch? Does that work? Wait, do I need to refresh? Guys, I forgot all my commands. Thanks. Alright, I'm gonna go toilet. BRB. Uh-oh, man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. God. Uh-oh. Where's the firelight? Where's the firelight? Where's the firelight? I did pee. I sure did, sir. I sure did. Skid up, butt up. Skid up, butt up. Butt up. Skid up, butt up. Butt up. Skid up, butt up. Holy fuck. Skid up, butt up, butthole. Also, that clip.
Okay, so long drive.
Yes.
If you're here, you probably know about it.
Yes.
It's entirely possible. Ninu, sometimes there are things that just are really difficult to say, like really difficult. But my
Yeah.
every thought for the past days has been consumed by this, not knowing if taking this out in the open would make things weird between us. But I really feel like I need to know your answer. So here it goes.
Oh fuck.
Okay, I can do this. So, Ninu, I
Yeah.
sent you on Yawns. Please respond, eh?
I sent you my onions. Please respond, eh? Please respond, eh? I sent you my onions. I did it myself. I did it myself. I did it myself. What the fuck is happening? I've noticed. Hey,
What's up, bro?
Nova.
Yes.
Oh my god, I hear her. I hear her.
Oh, that's such a Christmas miracle. I have no idea how that happened.
Yeah, it's. I told you it was Ravi's fault. I told you it was Ravi's fault. I know it's Ravi's fault. It was Ravi's fault. It was Ravi's fault.
Thank you.
It's Ravi's fault. It's Ravi's fault. You get the drip.
Wait. Look at how thick we are, guys.
Look at her tail.
I love the tail. I love that you added one that has my tail.
Parkour. Why is it stormy? This is a bad place.
Oh my god,
Literally
it's so
everything is.
thick.
Oh. Oh my
Here I am in
god.
the middle of the street.
Am I getting
wait,
paid?
Sorry,
Am I getting
I'm
paid?
covering.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, you are.
Oh my god. Oh hell yeah.
Maybe she's killing me.
Oh hell yeah. Guys, throw that money. Throw that money.
Oh yeah. Oh, I got it.
Oh hell yeah. Wait. I gotta join as well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hawthorne, we're playing Lethal Company.
Oh, Hawthorne! Hi! Oh my god, I literally sent him a a clip of the one that was just redeemed of the Infinite. Where's the fun? It's Plague Fair. Where's the fun Plague Fair?
Uh-huh.
Where's the fun Plague Fair? 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 Where's the fun Plague Fair?
Wait, did you send that to Hawthorne?
Yeah.
Nice.
Where's the fun Plague Fair?
Were
Never
you
seen
ready?
such thickness
In a $5 game. Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, we're ready.
Let's go.
Where's the fire alarm? Oh, there it is. Waiting for crew. Hello? Is it, hello? Can I jump off?
We're here.
Parkour!
Yeah.
Parkour!
Popcorn.
Wait,
Parkour!
can't move yet.
No, now we can move.
Wait.
Hey, are there any bombs? No bombs. Oh. Yeah. What the fuck? Dude, what is this meme? Is this TikTok?
Wait, we got stuff coming.
Wait, why do we have stuff? What?
Stuff.
Did you buy stuff?
Oh my god.
It's a red moon.
Here, Robbie.
Oh, Nova, look at this.
Oh.
Yeah. Don't touch it. It's bad.
Okay.
Oh.
Bad.
Shiver me timbers.
Wait,
Oh,
Nina, can you
oh,
walk
wait.
me?
I think he might have died.
Did he just explode?
He might have. Should we go check him out?
Oh god, Robbie.
Oi, Ravi. Are you dead?
No, he's alive.
Oh, he's dead. He's alive.
We're good.
Okay.
Robbie, how do we turn the basketball court noises off?
What are you talking about?
You don't. That's the. Didn't I
There is
say
no option for anything.
this is just a
This
meme?
is.
Wait,
You open.
wait. No, it's not. What?
Yes, it is.
What's this? It's so.
Open it, dog.
God damn! We
You
usually
have
have to hold
telephone?
the button.
Wait, where's our phone? Yeah. Yeah.
What's wrong? What's wrong? What's happening?
What's wrong with you?
Oh look. Oh my god.
Bro, I
Oh.
legit can't open. I can't open any of these doors.
Oh.
What's wrong with you?
You did not open doors.
It's mouse button, but it's not left mouse button.
Why would it be left mouse button? It never.
What is
happens.
this? Oh shit. Wait, what? Hello? The fuck? Hello? Oh. Well. What? Hi?
Yo, what's up?
Oh. Wait, where's Nova? Nova, hi.
Right here.
I.
What's happening?
Let's go.
Okay, bye.
Another elevator?
Yeah.
Hi.
I'm farting.
I'm on top of you guys. I'm on top of you guys. Hello.
So rude.
Hey guys. Hey. Look who's here. It's me.
Hey.
Oh, what's this goblin? Oh, wait.
What's this?
Why is it moving?
What is this?
It's a microwave. What the fuck?
There's a gnome.
What is wrong with the gnome? It's just sitting there enjoying its day. What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Wait.
I don't know, but hey, Ravi, that's a microwave. Nova, did you touch the microwave? Ooh, what is this? I can't take it. Oh, sorry. Hello. Hello.
Nino.
Yeah. Oh, key.
Oh, yeah.
Yippee! Nova? What? Fucking hell! What the fuck, bro? Rubber. Oh my god! Cat B! Oh.
What? What
Hey,
is this
I-
sound
Nova.
board you have?
Nova, look, I found toys.
Where did you get this? What is this?
It Cat B. Ba-ba-dum.
Oh, wait, this is
Hello?
copyright. Good.
Did you see it?
How is that copyright?
That's copyright.
It is.
Yeah.
No, it's the duck song.
Yeah, let me just put this in here.
But it's on Spotify, okay?
That doesn't mean it was copyrighted.
I can't.
Hi!
This is
What
so
the hell?
funny.
I don't know what that is.
Is there
Are you-
so many items for us to sell?
There's
Oh.
no freak on the ground, bruh. The fuck?
I found what?
Nah, we go way, bro. Oh,
Ow!
goddamn. Hey, I found a fire exit.
Oh
There's a
fuck,
big
I'm
ass
holding.
duck in there. What the?
Why the fuck is there a duck there? Ah! Fuck off. I hurt my
Why
toe.
is the duck in there?
Hey, find the grape. No, it's saying find the grape. I found
What
the grape.
grape?
I found the grape. Here it is. It's telling me to find the grape. It's right there.
What grape? What are you talking
It's
about?
telling me to find the grape. How do I grab it?
I don't know. I don't see anything. What the hell?
Okay, it's just for me then.
There's a little penis on the floor.
I know. Oh, Ravi, the thing.
What the hell?
This thing. Let's go inside.
Oh, hello. I found a thing. What is this?
I don't know.
There's a dead dude here. I look at this thing. Body of Phillips. Who the fuck?
Philip, how do I grab the grape?
I don't see no grape, dog.
There's a.
Look at this thing.
I can't look.
What's this? Oh.
What do I do with the grape, guys?
I did something. I don't know. Bring it to the dog.
Too bad! Too bad! Is it too bad? Something bad is gonna happen.
What?
I'm gonna die. I can feel it. It's in my head. Oh, fuck off.
I just hear someone
How did I
shouting
die?
in the
How did I
background.
die? Hey, it's Ninu. It's me. Hi.
I see
I-
raining inside.
Oh no. Oh, whoa! I got crucifixed.
That is unfortunate.
Bruh.
What the hell?
Oh my god. No, don't leave her.
What the fuck is happening?
Nova's
What is happening?
Oh, wait, hold up. I want to see more, Nova. What the hell is that sound?
I don't have any.
That shit, bro.
Oh,
I
gosh,
have a robot, but it's not on.
it's electric.
Freaking.
Nyeh. Nyeh. Nyeh.
Okay.
Nyeh.
Okay. Okay.
Hello?
Are you alive? Hi.
Yeah, Nino got crucified.
What?
I don't know.
I got crucified.
Yeah.
There's no love in this world, guys. There's no
What's that
love.
noise?
I don't know.
I don't like it, Robbie.
But-
I don't like it.
But when threatened, the Pope can spray holy...
Oh no.
I'm not doing
Where's
it.
the robot?
Yeah, the Pope is here, but I can't see him anymore because the light disappeared.
Anymore? You saw the Pope.
Yeah, but now I can't see him anymore. Oh, door's open. Hello?
Oh,
I guess Nino's gone.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
I must be the server host to leave. Wait, that's gonna be so terrible for if you're
No,
dead
that's
and we're not.
No, we left already. Look. I don't know why it said that, but it left. I think it's just messing with you. Where's the light, goddammit? Oh, found it.
Hello?
Look, it's the Pope.
Bro, it doesn't even say anything.
He can spray
The
venom
circle?
up to 25 meters.
Hey,
When threatened, the Pope could spray holy venom up to 25 feet.
When threatened, the Pope can spray holy I didn't like that.
Just a Discord message. What is this? Just,
First,
it's a
comrade.
YouTube comment.
Doggo.
Delete button.
Guys, look, it's a really long cat.
Is that a cat? I thought that was a
Yes.
caterpillar.
And that's SpongeBob.
SpongeBob. Oh, wait, why is that a hot SpongeBob?
I don't know. He kind of bopping though.
Doobie. Yeah, there was a duck, and the duck said, "Get the grape," and I looked at the grape, and then I got crucified.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Oh, what is this mod pack?
I clicked on random things.
It's
I specifically clicked on anything that had 0 upvotes and was uploaded within the last day.
Are you serious?
really?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Wait, no, eclipsed. Oh no, why would you do that? SpongeBob, Spoop, hot
I know.
SpongeBob in your area. Hell yeah. Oh no, what is that? I don't like it.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, I don't like it. I want to be.
Let's go.
What's the dogs enter and devour us? Parkour.
Oh.
Hello? I hope I don't find another duck and get crucified.
Howdy there, partner.
Wait. This is Outer Wilds. Dun, dun, dun. Nee, 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 nee. Dun, dun, dun. Nee, nee, nee,
I'm playing the
nee,
harmonica
nee,
shit.
nee,
Hey, yo, what is that?
nee.
The hell?
Wait, what the fuck was that sound, by the way?
I don't know.
I didn't like it.
I think I heard the bonk sound. There's just too much chaos going on that you guys didn't hear it over the chaos. the instrument?
I don't know. There you go.
Global Man,
This is Lethal
hi.
Company.
Da,
Yeah.
da,
Company, guys.
It's beautiful.
It truly is.
Hi, Jay. Okay. Where did my... Oh, it's over here. Is your rabbit whistling?
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Wait, I am whistling, right?
What was that fart noise?
Don't know.
Look, gas.
Alright, fair enough.
Where the dogs at? Where the dogs at?
No, let's go get some loot.
I...
What the hell?
Little
He just
random
walked
crate.
through.
I know, that's what it looked like for me when you guys went through.
Oh.
The hell? No, ain't nothing in there, bro. There's a trap on the floor.
Okay, I'm gonna close the door. Oh,
Got a
wait.
goddamn laser beam in here, bro.
Wait, you can go beyond? Let me go beyond.
Yeah, what is down there, though?
Is that
There's
door?
another door here.
Oh.
No. Guess we just go through here. What's up top? What's up here?
That looks so long. This
Yeah.
what they say about my pee-pee.
There's a thing here. What the hell?
What's happening?
I don't know. We went upstairs. There's a thing up here.
Oh, there's a door.
I read chat.
No,
I read chat. I was just choosing
Oh,
to
computer!
ignore chat.
Computer! Can I play? Unable to start. Please fix issue. Ravi, there's an issue that we need to fix. So we can play on the computer.
Unable to start. Please fix issues.
Wait.
But it's very vague. Name, what's in there?
Oh, why is there blood there? Oh, what happened here?
No, Alice said she'll be here in 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
What are those?
No. Is there anything else down there?
No.
No.
If we can
We're
fix
just
it,
a
then we can play on the
with
computer.
issues. How do we fix those? What's
Oh,
here?
nearby activity detected. Okay. That's
Well,
enough for me,
lovely.
though.
Let's go find out.
What if I know one? Okay, I'm just gonna wait for him to come back. The fuck is that? The immortal snail? There's a snail right there! Huh?
Nova! Where's Nova?
I don't know.
Nova? Look, it says current target Novalia.
Oh, Nova! There's a
Nova,
snail
someone
after
down
you!
here. There's someone down here who wants to meet you.
No, don't meet it! It's a snail!
Wait, what is it?
It's a
It's
snail.
slime! It's Slimadoo!
It's a snail.
Is that Gary the snail?
Yeah,
No,
actually,
it's not
he
Gary.
wants to- He wants to
Oh.
slime you.
Ravi?
What?
There's another one. It's after
It's
Nova
all-
again.
They're both on Nova. Look, there's some snails that want to say hi to you.
Wait, why?
What is so scary? Da da da. Nya, 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 nya. Ah! Ah! I'm scared. Guys, oh
Hey, what's up?
no!
Oh shit!
It's
they're
after
coming for me
you.
now. Bye bye.
I will not leave you! Nova! Come here! I will not leave you! I'ma take you home. I'ma take you home. Ravi! Ravi! Oh fuck me, oh fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me! What was that scary than I saw. Which way's home? Nova. Nova, this world is so cruel. Oh, it's a box. Can I? Oh, I need a shovel for it. No, no, no. Ravi, are you dead too? Ravi? 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 Ravi, are you dead? Why am I alone in this world? Ravi?
Yeah,
Ravi?
3 snails here.
No,
I'll
you don't
feed
want
back
to.
them.
There's no safety anywhere.
There's safety everywhere, buddy.
No, there's bad people outside.
Nah, we're fine.
Have you been here?
Oh shit! No, time to go.
Okay, we gotta find a fire exit.
Oh. Okay. Use the shit computer to shut up.
Ravi,
game.
there's bad things there. There's bad things out there.
Yeah, I also have 3 snails on my booty.
Okay, well,
I got it.
you got
There
it?
you go.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
I gotta take my
Well,
Nova
that's
with me.
dead end.
My Nova
Okay.
plushie. There's a big scary monster there. It was like Eren Yeager.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh,
God
the-
damn it, there's so many snails! Who the hell is that?
That's a microwave.
Yeah,
Fuck me.
there's a guy over there.
Can we not? Can we not?
I'm gonna fart, I'm nervous. Oh!
No, don't. She's my plushie. No, get it. Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay. Oh, look. Ah!
No,
Take it out.
Got it.
Okay, let's get out of here. Okay, let's not go that way. Is that Breaking Bad?
God damn it, snail!
Don't die, Ravi.
There's so many snails back there.
I know. Ravi, we can't go. We can't go the main way.
No, this way. Trust.
Okay. Okay.
That's the main entrance, so we just
Oh.
go this way.
Okay. Is it a dead
All's
end?
good, all's good. No, it's not.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
It is a fucking dead end. Why was that red? Where's that red? Why is that red? Where's that red? Why do I see a red thing?
Wait, no, I've been there. There's nothing down there.
Okay.
We're gonna
Okay.
go here, and then we turn this way.
Okay. Where's that fucking mic? Why is the door?
Found
Oh.
it. Go.
Da,
See,
da,
that's easy.
da. No, it's not easy. Wait
There's a
until you
wiener
go
down here.
outside.
I am outside.
There's a bad guy out there. I just
see.
gotta take my Nova there.
Who's that guy?
Look at that fucker!
Who the hell is that? Oh shit, there's a toilet. Help!
Who let the dogs out?
What the hell, bro? Help! Nino! Get my shit! Get my shit! I'm gonna die! Nino, get my shit!
I don't want it! I don't want
Open the door! Open it!
Okay! Get in! I don't want it here!
Get me out of here!
I don't want it here! What? Why is she deposing? She's deposing! Her boob is shaking!
Holy! Whoa, mama!
Oh man! Oh man! Hi Nova!
Hey, how's it going?
Did I just watch?
No!
My goodness.
Oh, what is that?
I face morphed all 50 Democratic senators and here's the Republican senators.
Oh no! What happened to this
Oh
guy?
no, he got eaten.
Oh no!
This is just money. This is just money. I don't know.
What's this?
It's a woman with her own head as her luggage.
Oh. Oh,
And
Nova.
Is this a bird?
Don't touch snail.
It's a whale bird.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Orc bird instead of orcat.
Oh
go.
man.
So well, no.
Shit.
I hope you guys are ready.
Oh, no, I'm not ready. Wait, is it safe? Is it safe? Is it? Is it? Is it safe? Is it safe? Is it safe?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Very good. Very nice.
And do you know how scared I was? This world was so cruel for little
What
me.
the hell is this
I was
shit,
watching. Yeah, I was watching.
These dudes look like kind of boss battle where you fight two bosses in one.
But listen,
What
I
is
was
this?
explaining chicken sex to Fable yesterday for
Can you tell us?
purposes. Don't worry.
What?
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 Oh, I want to press
I
button.
knew how chickens reproduced and Fable did not. Okay. I just
Oh,
want that very clear.
they don't need
She
mail.
She thought that they needed a rooster to lay eggs, and I was like,
They
no,
don't. They just have it in their butt. Oh man.
how do they lay eggs? And then I looked it up, and then there was a diagram for when they actually have
Oh.
sex.
What the hell?
There was.
Let's go. Hey.
Okay.
I love how your tits just spass out when you walk through the door. Like they just fly across the whole screen.
Incredible. It's just like real life. It's really immersive.
Yeah.
It's all in the way, man. I can't see anything. Oh, these mountains are blocking my view. Oh wait, it's
What
me.
the hell was that noise, bro? Get that shit out of here, dog. I cannot see dick.
Okay, well we're gonna go this way.
I can't see that area either.
I will get it. Don't worry. I got this. I can't see it actually. Never mind. I'm struggling to see. I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it, guys. Hello. Hello. Da, da, da. If I just think of good things, then good things happen. If I think about ice cream's gonna happen. Da, da, da. Na, 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 da, 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 da. Na, na, na. Nya, 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 nya. Da, na, 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 nya. Nya, nya, nya. Hello? Hello? Hello?
I got a thing called Bubba. Shut up.
Oh god.
Who is speaking?
Wait, there's another Axel right here.
Oh my god, wait, is
Come
that
get this.
It's called Bubba.
Want to know what I remember about
Wait, boobs?
You. He said what he remembers about you, Nino. It's supposed to be scary.
Buffin.
That shit ain't scary, bro.
Nelphin's always remember.
So, oh, hey, Nina, was there anything this way?
No.
Did you check every
Dead end, it
box?
was a dead end, yeah.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah. I was so brave. Oh, what is this place? Da da da. No. Ah! 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 Hey,
I don't like this noise.
I don't like it too. I saw something. I saw a gnome.
A gnome? Where did you gnome?
There's a big area. Not this side. It's this further one.
Oh,
This.
okay.
Hey, are we going to the exit or the gnome?
No, we're going to the big area.
I think it's.
Here?
This way,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, I see it, I see it. Ah, we're here.
I didn't know where it's gone now.
What the
Oh.
hell? Cake noise.
Oh, this is dead end.
What about over here? Look.
Yeah,
Oh, I see the gnome. I see the gnome.
Oh, it's on the other side. Okay.
Yeah. The hell? What the fuck is that? Something's making noise over here.
The music is slurring it.
Stop pushing me, bro. Yeah. Oh.
I didn't like that.
There's no path there. Did you grab the gnome? You can sell him. Just gonna price tag him.
Oh, he's scary looking.
But he's just chilling down there.
Oh, there's stuff here. Wait. Key.
He called me chum. I got the key.
You got your key?
Oh, there's another key.
Can you take it?
Yeah, I got it.
Da da da. Nya, 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 nya.
Money.
Yeah, baby. This door looks odd.
There's a path over there.
Nya, nya,
Locked
nya.
door. Alright.
Are there any cats? Oh,
Yeah, we
large
got
axe.
cat mod.
Yoink. Oh, it's a dead end. Dead end here.
What the hell?
I want to go home so I can gamble.
Hey, not here.
Gambling is fun.
So true.
Gambling is pretty neat. Did you
Which
guys
way
go
do we
through
go?
over here? Guys, you haven't been over here.
Upstairs?
Yeah, look, there's a whole door here.
Okay, I'll be on.
Get up here.
Dun, dun, dun. Nya, 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 nya. We're gonna die.
Probably.
But I don't want to die.
It's okay, I'll save you, baby girl.
Oh my god, my savior. What the fuck was that?
You added these mods!
Ravi, why the...
I can't see anything.
Oh no. Oh no.
Hey, what just
So
killed
what?
you?
The door squished me.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Ravi?
He's dead.
Wait, oh god, I can't
Don't
see
go there.
anything.
That's what got me. Oh, hi.
Okay, it's blocked.
Hey, you know how I said we're not gonna be gambling today? Guess what now? Nya, nya, nya. Nya, 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 nya.
Well,
We're gonna be eaten.
Ken's like, bro, what did I just see? Wait. The selected one's rank. Yeah. I mean,
You wanna go? You wanna die? This is it. Get into it, gentlemen. What is that? Why does that look like Baby Keanu?
it kinda does.
Baby Keanu. Baby Keanu.
Yeah.
Are we gonna get yeeted?
Yeah, we should be.
No. I don't wanna get yeeted. Alright.
yeah, I just want to hang out with the orc bird.
I wanna gamble.
We don't have anything to gamble.
Oh man.
Well,
Can you make
we're not-
money up here? How do the rich people do it?
I don't know.
How does Elon Musk do it?
Wait.
I don't think Elon goes to space in order to make the money.
He
Yeah, he
sends
does.
others to space.
Yeah.
Oh, hydration, posture check, and catch a fish. Yes, sirree.
I'll just make a new lobby. That's probably faster.
Yeah,
Okay. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Football entity. What the fuck is football entity? Add football from Amazing Dog comic as an entity. Amazing Dog. She wants to play. Sybil says. Just do as she says. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I
think we are.
You got the drip. You get the drip.
My god, my hands disappear into the boobs when I'm laughing.
Wait, which one is the music one?
There's a few of those. You want this one?
Da, 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 da. Wait, can we buy more?
Yeah. Just type in emotes. It gives you a random selection every day. So when we've sold again, we get a new list of things we can buy.
Okay. What's this? I got another one. I bought another one.
Which one?
It's called Stuck.
Stuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa! Okay. It's got music. It's got music in it. It's got music in it.
But Nina,
Oh, do you have the DMCA
Nina,
setting on?
turn off the DMCA stuff. You can do it in the emote wheel.
Oh shit. Okay, hold up.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
on.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah! Oh my god! Yes! Yes! Yes!
Oh yeah.
Nee. Skedaddle skedoodle. Yes! I like this one.
Oh my god. Did you get a monster tail?
Look at my fucking ears.
Doing your mom, doing your mom, doing your mom, doing your mom. Doing your mom, doing your mom, doing your mom. Oh, who's that?
I don't know whether to believe that.
Alice! Hi, why is your head on fire?
I don't know.
Wait.
Oh yeah, right. I like your
Where you going, your poker face? Come on, we can with my
Can you
poker
tell we're taking
face.
it very seriously this
Poker face, poker face.
click the collab link and then you turn to me.
week? I can't hear you over the sound of bop.
Oh, where's that sound coming from? Ding.
Oh.
Holy shit, it
That
slaps.
was Bob though. Nice.
Can we lure the monsters with this?
Probably.
The smoking finally got her. Cause she's smoking. Oh, nice face. Wait, is it completely a different song?
Little snippets. Are we ready, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Tesna, I did not even hear that. I don't even work. Ah, fuck shit. Holy fuck. Oh
Nunu
god.
never saw this coming.
No, I didn't. Poker face. We can with the poker face. Da 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 na 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 na. Poker face, poker face. Whose face am I in?
You gotta equip it to equip one of these.
This thing is gonna
Wow.
break apart any seconds.
Oh.
What the hell? There's a giant ass fucking crane over there. Look at that shit. The fucking
Oh, wait, can we go on it? Can we go on it?
I bet we could get the cars to get stuck on it or something and then lift it over to the other side. If we had the car.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Well.
It did not do what I thought it was a mechanism.
No. Wait, where's our bodies? Fucking Goomba stomped.
Bodies for me to bring back.
Oh my, look how boobs. Out of order, her boobs are out of order.
Wait, what?
Yeah, just You just gotta change your suit.
Yeah, I know, but oh, start it. Oh, thank you. Raccoon purple. What does that do? Does it give me
Very
anything?
good. Yeah, you got boobs. You got the boobs and you got a raccoon
Oh,
tail.
I'm glad they're having fun with the boobs.
Okay, good.
But
They forgot about our bodies.
Robbie and Ninu walked over to that big weight thing, and immediately got smashed to death.
Alice looks so serious.
Okay, what is the sound effect on the right click?
Oh yeah, that,
I don't know, but
Because they replaced it with something, but I don't know what it is. So it's like latex
either.
squeaking?
No, that's not it.
Oh god.
Guess we're gonna have to get some loot then.
Wait, what game, guys? Hey, English please, English
No
Coda.
shot, he gave the
Mine,
seagulls the
mine,
line.
mine, mine. Oh my god. Mine, mine, mine.
That's so loud.
Oh jeez.
Mine, mine. English please, English. English, only English here. Coda, English please.
No,
no.
I know what that means.
Okay.
What the was that?
The hell was that?
It sounded like it's but was this
Feeling different. Oh wait, are you guys saw
I
that
don't
Silk
know.
song?
He added like
this is the
basketball
door.
sneakers
Hi,
too.
hi Coda. How you
And
doing?
he made the door mechanics weird.
Oh yeah.
I don't even know what.
To the right, it's a laser.
It's not a laser.
That
It's
way.
oh wait, there is a
Shit, I
laser.
didn't see that.
Yeah, there's a laser.
Oh,
Oh, there's a fan too.
I've got a microwave here.
Oh no. The microwave.
you're fine, bro.
Oh, I'm stuck.
Wait, why? Oh, what did he get stuck on?
I don't
Oh,
know, it was a trash can.
Trash.
oh no. Look how
So,
brave she is
Nina
going
and
by
Rob,
herself.
How are you guys doing in Dead Chat?
That's hectic.
Yeah. Look where she runs.
Look at that titty.
I'm actually surprised how smooth it is. Like normally when you get spook melts, they just kind of bitch all over the place. These are actually kind of normal.
Only
bouncy.
Act 3? How many acts are there?
Easter egg? Wait, is this the thing that explodes?
Yeah, I guess.
Mmm.
I mean,
Eat it,
still,
eat it. Pick it up again.
Explode.
Pick it up again and then do it again. That's a child. Is that a child?
God damn it.
No.
I didn't know what the sound meant!
Only 3? Only 3 acts? I think I can count that far.
Oopsie.
So we got smashed.
Yeah.
We got too excited. We just got pancakes.
That's great from my perspective.
I was like, oh, what happened?
The final boss of Link.
I'm
Look at this guy.
Champion.
Oh, the ass bounces as well. Nice.
Oh yeah. Boing.
And the little, just a little tail.
yeah.
Nice, nice.
Oh, what is this? Chad Champion, the final boss on LinkedIn.
Oh, does this have
Oh,
like an udder or
see.
something?
What?
This is a
Wait,
cow.
it's Alice.
Udders?
Oh, you
just
have.
tails.
It doesn't have
Look at
otter.
little
Milk.
tail, yeah.
Milk.
Aw.
Pens.
Milk.
Milk.
Milk pens, milk pens. We
Milk.
also got, there's like 5 little boys over here and they're like chrome. I don't know what's going on.
The aliens.
Horse yellow. Why would
Oh.
you
Yeah.
horse yellow?
There you go, horse
Sundays
tail.
I play with the European friend group, and so
Oh
I'm
shit, here we go again.
Oh shit, here we go again. Yes, European. Ketchup! Hi!
American time.
Hello, Ketchup.
Alright.
Shouldn't you be asleep, Ketchup?
Alright.
Sir, shouldn't you be asleep? Isn't it your bedtime?
I think ketchup's in America.
Oh, I don't like that. What the fuck is that? AC unit? Oh, this is what you guys have in America.
It's true.
Parkour!
Yeah, I'm the only American.
The fuck? I heard a gnome. I heard a gnome.
No, you're hearing voices.
Yeah, the voice of the gnome.
For them, and
It's me.
Coffee and I wake up.
You being gnomed?
Oh, I see.
You being gnomed? Gnomed.
You've been gnomed.
You being gnomed? Gnomed.
Large axle.
What? Why does that sound like an elephant?
What?
I was explaining your heritage. You
What the fuck?
live in the happy place.
The happy place. Oh,
Yeah.
you're there.
What do you mean?
Throw it.
I'm
Don't
not throwing
throw
it.
that. Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, fuck is this?
Hello? I don't like that sound. Hello?
It's kind of weird.
Hey. I didn't like that sound.
Oh. Another just walked off the. You motherfucker! You better stop! You better stop!
Okay, please. I'm sorry. Can I take it? Can I take it though? I want to carry it.
Carrie, what? You threw it off the mat, woman!
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did! I don't have it!
Oh, okay.
I'm going around.
Okay.
I go this way.
I'm following you.
Oh, let's go over here.
Nova, why did you fall? That's
Stand over
the
there.
wind.
There's it's a mine here.
I see a gnome.
Gnome?
Ah, yeah, I saw a
There's
gnome.
mine.
Where?
Got it. Wait. Take up.
I got it.
Oh, the gnome is right here.
Oh. Can we pick it up?
I don't know. Let me grab it.
I can't grab it.
He just teleported me back here.
Oh.
Yeah, I got gnomed.
Wait, have we been here?
Yes, this is the entrance.
Oh.
Let me drop this off real quick. There you go. There's nothing on the other side. We just gotta go back here.
Okay.
Where's Alice, by the way?
Hopefully not dead.
Weird. Hello.
There's
I see
mine there. Oh, gas.
Well, I guess we go through the thing.
Yes.
Where's that mine? I hear it. Wait.
Oh,
Wow.
nice. That was Wow, your rainbow is so big.
There's an open thing.
Vent.
Yeah. Closed door.
Oh, mine.
Yeah.
Mine. Wait, do you think maybe she went a secret tunnel? Secret fire exit. There we go, I got it. Alice.
Oh, that, yeah, maybe.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. It's just a mine. Somewhere over here. Oh yeah, it's laying on the edge here, look.
Oh.
Yeah. Weird.
Oh, there's something across though.
Is there? I don't see anything.
Yeah, there's a key there.
Oh.
No.
Nah, we don't need that.
Oi. Okay.
Hello, anybody here? Oh, that's closed. Fucking trash everywhere.
Oh my god, I found your home.
What?
Yeah, in your home.
Mine down here?
Mine.
Just another thing.
Did you get
Nothing
pushed?
there. That's gonna suck me.
Don't let that happen to you. Oh, I got pushed instead.
Yep.
Wait,
Where am I? I'm confused.
wait, how do can I turn this thing off? Ah!
So no.
Hey guys.
Streamer, you know?
Hey guys, how you doing? Huh?
Nino?
I got fucking sucked in.
Nino?
Oh god. Now we have to look at Peter Griffin with boobs.
Peter Griffin, booby.
Where are you?
I'm right
Dinky, where have
here.
you gone? Weird. What's in
He's
here?
gonna walk into a mine.
Cannot pull that. Okay. Where the fuck do I go then, bro?
Mina, do you know how to zoom out when we're spectating?
I don't think there are mods in there.
Yeah, I don't think it. Oh wow, dude! I fucking
Did
knew
you
it.
step on a mine?
He stepped on the
I have
mine.
no clue.
He stepped
What
on
are
the
you
mine.
doing?
Mine,
Saw
mine,
flame.
mine.
That's it.
I'm not Tesma. I'm Jeff.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I guess you can't rely on a hearing for any of these tabs. Tied to RAM shit as well.
Yeah, how are you supposed to concentrate when you just hear and then you see boobas?
I'm too distracted by the clapping of your asses.
Oh, is this tentacles?
What? Yeah, that was
Wait, what is that sound? Oh, what is this? Lasagna, $10. $10 lasagna. That's a lot. That's
What the
expensive.
fuck is that? That's just the table?
Is this bug? Is this bug sex?
What? I took the card from Kills Man, mistook it as Priscilla Payne and as armored and angry elf. Yeah.
Pizza Pringles.
What the hell, bro? What in the
Oh
goddamn-
no. What is this?
Crazy.
Yeah,
What
we
lines?
want.
This is random shit.
Which giggle?
Well, to
Bab.
be here, but she out.
She has to work. Could you believe it? Where are we?
Yeah.
Same place. Let's go.
She's on that grind set, bruh.
Yeah. Oh, if we got a key, we can open this.
Yeah.
So we must get a key.
Let's go get it, cool.
Let's go get it.
And let's try not to die.
Yeah, what?
It's a little hard.
Easy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. Do we have the fish monster?
Squeezy, lemon squeezy. And I'm
The
the
what
lemon.
mod?
I'm
The
getting squeezed.
fish monster. Yeah, you look like an orange.
Maybe.
Actually, you look like a lime.
Thanks. It's
Oh,
fine.
you're welcome.
Laser
That's a
down the
laser.
hall. Oh, you got here.
Is that the Bracken's room?
Yeah, it's the breaking bedroom.
Oh no. Oh no.
Very minimalist. It's like one of those bedrooms. It's the colors scratched up already.
That is
Total
minion this game. Totally
minion.
orange.
Oh, okay.
10,000 more edits chance if at least 2 more people, right?
Yep. Line mine, careful.
I
Two of
mean,
them.
I legitimately knew 2 people who were higher than like 500, and it was just like
Where's
2.5
Nova?
for 2.5 meters.
Hey,
Oh,
someone
no.
take those, I don't want
Wait, what's the problem?
A rainbow dash. Wait, do you have the thing? Wait, what? Rabbit?
Yeah, you got the apparatus.
Where's the
it.
apparatus? Where did you drop
I
it?
gave it to some lucky person.
No,
Who's got
you
the-
locked it because you didn't want to carry it. You
Oh,
left.
oh.
Alright, I'll leave it in.
No, no! No, no! No, no! No, no! Oh, what's that red
Is
light?
that the horn?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
What's that red light?
I don't know, let's
I heard a
find out.
meow! Oh my god! God!
Meow, what's his name? What's his name?
You're my friend.
No, please, give me a cat! Give me a cat!
Squish that cat. Squish that cat.
What's the name? What's the name? What's the name?
Kitty.
Kitty.
You're my friend now. Squish that cat. Squish that cat.
You wanna pet it?
Oh my god.
You're my friend now.
You're my friend now! Oh my god, so cute! Squidgy.
Squish that cat.
Nyah, nyah. You must protect cat! Nova, you must protect cat! You need to go back, Nova! Protect cat!
Okay, is this a real fire exit?
There's no fake ones. We don't have that mod on because that one
Yeah.
was good and I don't want it.
Wait, okay, can you take me back because the cat is so
Okay.
Cat is important! No.
See, I thought that was a creature. I didn't, and I was excited to meet the creature that was doing Newt Newt.
No. Wait, is Nemo alive? Is Nemo in this game?
Buddha, what the hell did you do to Plank, bro?
Where's... What? Oh my goodness.
The fuck did Plank from Ed and Eddie do?
Oh, where's cat food?
2x4 acquires over 200 confirmed kills.
Bruh.
Oh my
Where's
god.
cat food? Is $5 and we have $4.
Oh no. Let's go get some more money.
Oh my god!
You're my friend now. You're my friend now.
Squish that cat. Squish that cat.
Drop him, pick it up again.
Squish that cat.
You're my friend now.
Do it again.
You're
Hey,
my
Ronald?
friend now.
Hey, Ronald.
You're my friend now. You're my
What is
friend now.
this?
You're my friend now.
Okay, I'm
You're
gonna
my
go help
friend
Alice
now.
get some
Squish
Oh.
stuff.
Yeah, same.
Squish
I'm
that
gonna go
cat.
for the other fire exit over here.
You're my friend now. You're my friend now.
Do you think I can keep cat safe here? Will you stay here, cat?
You're my friend now.
We can leave. Wow. Oh no. Nova? Oh, she's gone in. Alice is still alive. Wait, can I? Oh my god, you little angel.
You're my friend now.
Squish that cat.
It's Jeff. It's me.
Squish that cat.
Hi, Ellie, Tubi, Ubi. Oh my god, it's Jeff. It is. Hi.
Squish that cat.
You're my friend now. You're my friend now. You're my friend now. You're my friend now.
Squish that cat.
You're my friend now. You're my friend now. You're my friend now. You're my friend now.
Aw.
You're my friend now.
I can be blended.
You're my friend now. You're my friend now.
Are they still alive? I think they're outside. What happened to no?
You're my friend now.
Hey guys! Hey guys! Hello? Wow! Are you guys alive?
I am.
What? Was that us?
The apparatus could eat.
What was it? Was
I think the same
it
happened to Nova.
was it a big
It was-
snake
it-
fish?
It was Diogo Pogo. Yes.
Oh, yeah, I was asking about
You're
that.
my friend now.
I kept the cat safe. You want to start off the ship?
Yep, let's go.
Yeah, we got the
Nova
most
there?
important
Oh,
asset.
she dead as hell.
Oh shit.
Cat.
Here we go again.
Oh my god, we go cat. Cat.
Meow meow.
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, where's the cat? Oh, there we go. Wait.
Holy titties.
Oh my god. Wait, what am I doing?
You're playing the cat, brother.
No way, get rid of my poker face. Yeah, da 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 da. We got my poker face. Oh my god. The cat.
You're just slamming it.
Wow. Poker face. We might know we could. Oh my god! Tesla! Thank you for the 10,000 gift subs! Holy moly mackerel. Oh my god, that yacht is bouncing.
Look at the booba.
I'm looking at your butt. Walla walla bang bang. Ting ting walla walla bang bang. Walla bang bang. Ting ting walla walla bang bang. Here we go, moi. Wait, are we gambling?
We're gambling.
Thank you so
Okay.
much for gifting us Buster Ketchup. Thank you, friend.
Oh, okay.
I'll wait for you.
Okay, so we do still have the casino.
Yeah.
You're my
Oh,
friend
of course, I had to at the casino. Get some money.
You're my friend
yeah.
now.
Okay.
Wait,
I
I can gamble with cat.
Get the money on. Get the money on.
I took the money out of cat.
You don't take anything out the cat, bro. The fuck?
It says that I'm holding 3.
Yeah, I put it in here.
Okay, we're playing.
Get it. Bitch, let's go!
I hope you enjoy the emotes and the ad-free experience.
Nice.
Oh, we have. Oh my god, level 4 hype train.
Come on, yeah.
We win. Nova, you ready to gamble? Cat.
Yeah, split the money bags.
Yeah.
Give some to Alice as well, because I think you
Here
have
you
2,
go.
right?
You have 3.
Yeah, let's go.
Does everybody have money?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. 6.
16.
13.
15.
21 again. Oh my god.
15.
Oh, 21?
I don't know. Chat,
Oh.
what do you think?
No. Maybe it fails. It's okay. Cat is only $6.
I sold.
You sold?
Yeah, wait, give
Okay.
it a sec. Because I'm like 16. 16 is stupid and simple.
Okay.
No,
Wait,
like-
whose turn are we? Who are we
Me,
waiting for?
I'm waiting for my thing to sell.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Alright, I'm putting the cat back on the ship.
Okay.
Okay. Oh,
Well,
it lost. You made
I
money.
should've stuck with 16.
Nova, the cat's worth money. Oh, do you want
That's
money?
alright.
Yeah, we're 12 now.
you go.
Hold on. Okay. I'm coming back with him.
He's $12. 10.
6.
God damn it, 16 again.
16? I
Stand
got
on it,
16 too.
Oh,
Fuck.
17.
Oh, wait,
How
wait,
much
you
does he
almost
have?
pushed me to hit.
I'm gonna sell this. Hold
Yeah,
up.
go sell. Let's go sell. Let's go sell.
Don't sell cat.
Alright, how much do we need? Because I've got 40 right now.
320 or
No,
something?
we got enough. We got enough.
Oh my god.
I can't get the money out of the cat.
Why?
Because we're gambling it right now.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
alright.
Well, put all the money on.
Okay, you ready?
Let's go. Yep, I'm ready.
Oh fuck, why did I hit it? I didn't meant to stand.
No, it doesn't matter.
15? Wait.
Oh, well, I should have
Oh,
stayed again.
baby.
Oh,
Wait, you made money.
go take the money out of the meow meow.
I will.
Okay,
I will.
I'm gonna
How
get
much?
cat food.
24.
Guys,
This feels like a cat exploitation. I don't know.
you know what this means, right? Cat food. What else can I get?
I'm gonna.
Cat food. Cat food. But no music. Oh, cat food.
Cat food.
There's more cat food there. There's
yeah.
What's happening
another
over
one
here,
there.
huh?
Yeah.
She got a cat.
Yeah.
Nina,
Oh.
what did you buy?
Cat food.
Food and electric chair. Yeah.
What?
Some.
An electric chair?
Why?
Start it.
Set the
Oh,
traps
shit.
on?
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
ready.
You can't get out now. Hit it.
Hit it. Electrocute me.
Wait,
How
how do you do that?
I'm gonna put the cat
Wait,
in the
can I-
chair.
Oh, I can
The
move you.
cat deserves a chair.
Oh,
You don't turn them on?
Can you open the thing now? Can you open the straps?
We don't even joke about harming.
Can you open the straps? Let me out.
Wait.
Let me out.
You are
Let me
incredibly
out.
optimistic with all this cat.
Let me out. Let me
How much
out.
money did you spend on all this?
Only
Oh
10.
my god.
Only
Hold on,
10.
let me strap you out of this thing. How does
Thanks.
it work? How do I...
I don't know. Sit on it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we can
Okay, I'll sit on it.
Fine.
Oh no! Oh wait,
I don't
what
know how
if
to-
you probably put it outside and it gets hit by lightning or something?
Okay.
Well, not now. The fuck?
Oh, my bad.
What the hell?
Hehe.
Hey, can you guys turn me so I can see?
No.
For the lick, Laura.
Please.
Bye bye.
Please turn me. I can't see you.
Okay.
What do you think of this?
Fuck. It's saying.
Hey, baby. Here you
You're
go,
my friend
baby.
now.
Wait, can here.
Whoa!
Here you go, baby.
Please turn me.
You having a good time?
Yeah, could you turn me to the right?
Good job on not sitting around too much.
Just pick me up,
However,
B.
I can foresee one of you exploding with a jetpack.
Whoa.
I wonder which one of you will be.
Hello?
Bye.
Hello? I can't see anything.
Wait, you want to see something?
Help! Where am I? Oh, what the hell? Who are these goobers?
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
Wait, listen, he is fed and entertained.
Can I have the cat here at least?
No, it's an electric chair. We can't put our son near such a dangerous thing.
You just put me so I can look at that stupid ass fucking meme.
Okay, hold up. Okay, I'll turn you around. Here you go. You can look at cat. You like it?
Yeah, meow meow.
Yeah.
Look at him munching. Hell yeah.
Oh, let's go to a rainy, thundering place.
Yeah, for no reason at all.
What?
Yeah. Don't.
What the hell?
Oh, I was gonna go to Oxide because that's free.
Oh,
apparently, but-
sure. Let's go.
Okay.
You're my friend now.
I don't know.
Meh. Meh.
It's warm.
Oh,
Okay.
that looks like a nice place. Oh, we can't start it. We need the host to start it. All right, Ravi, start it, and then sit back down. Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down, sir.
Keep her, but sounds good. Keep it
Go on, Ravi. You want to sit down there? You want to sit on the chair, don't you?
What the hell is this, bro?
Nova, do you want to sit on the chair?
Oh my god. I want to explore. I don't know.
Whoa. Whoa, what's happening?
Ravi, sit on the chair. Oh,
Did
What
we
the fuck?
Oh, we got... Look, it's that magnet thing we were talking about.
oh. Wait, we should put the chair outside.
Oh, it got us.
Yeah, grab it.
Wait, why can't I put it down?
What do we do?
Oh!
Guys, I think Nina jumped off.
Okay, I didn't
think
know.
Nina just jumped off the map.
Fucking hell.
Oh wait,
Bruh.
look, there's a rope here.
Bruh.
Or this thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, look, I was not
I
warned.
can't see anything.
I was not warned.
Wait, you see my booty hole?
Are you supposed to fucking take loot here?
54 years denardens enough party cat 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 denardens
Party cat Dino dance
oh,
Ninu
I see it, I
beauty
see it. It's over
party
here.
cat Dino dance
There's a ladder
Ninu
right
beauty
there.
party cat Dino dance Ninu
It's
beauty
right there.
party, cat
It's
Dino
right
dance,
there.
Ninu
It's
beauty
right
party,
there.
cat Dino
It's
dance,
right
Ninu
there.
beauty
No,
party,
go
cat
back up.
Ninu Nivet, we Ninu
Oh
Nivet,
my God.
we Ninu Nivet,
It's oh my
we
God,
Ninu
guys.
Nivet, we Ninu
Fuck
Nivet,
it. Oh,
we
Jesus
Ninu
Christ, what
Nivet,
happened?
we Ninu Nivet, we.
It dropped it. Did you flick a lever?
didn't drop
He
shit.
do David. I need to BRB for about 10-15 minutes.
What did
No
you do?
worry.
I dropped the ship.
Yeah, but okay.
Jump off. Jump
I
off.
think you dropped it on Ninu's corpse.
It's okay.
Don't worry.
Where's my body?
Is the cat okay? Wait a second.
Fucking better be.
He is.
I don't even see your
Oh.
corpse. She's gone. Oh no, it's right here.
Wait, my body. She found my booty.
Alright,
My
perfect.
booty. My
Can't
booty.
see shit.
Wait, I can.
Why are you so thick? I can't see through your boobs.
I'm cute. What do you mean?
Site activity levels. Oh, I think there's
Team.
like Wait, is this radioactive? I don't know.
The gnome.
Site activity level. Doesn't specific say radioactivity.
The
but-
gnome.
What is that noise? It's like a little clucky. What the hell? Hey, wait, can we go in here?
Is this
up here.
Wally?
Look, there's like a hole in this.
It's not worth the basketball noises.
Ooh, what did I say? I can't do it.
Something that's just gonna eat you if you're not standing on that.
There's so many safes.
Yeah, I can't open any of them.
Oh.
Uh-oh, that sounds bad.
It's just another magnet.
Wait, what about this one? What about this one? Nope.
No.
Alright.
I'm
Where's the
good.
door?
How are you?
Oh, never been here.
I'm not even getting a right. Like if you right click for the exit, don't get anything.
Oh, hey buddy.
God damn it.
Oh. Oh. Wait, where?
Good mother of God. It grabbed. No, but oh yeah, it grabbed the crate you were in.
Oh! Woo! Save cat!
Click the thing. I'll do it.
No,
Oh no! Run! Run!
You won't crash!
She dodged!
What? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Help! Where do I go? Where are we going?
Save cat! Save cat! Save private cat!
Oh, the crane's moving. The crane's moving.
Guys, they're directionally gosh, they're
Wait, yeah,
directionally
there's a bunch of
challenged.
crates here.
I have to order to do a bunch of chores today. Oh. You want a motivational speech?
What the fuck is this shit, dude?
Want a motivational speech?
What in the goddamn?
Wait. Oh. Oh, they're working!
What the hell?
They're working. There's a ship! Let's ship.
Over here! I just saw two dudes in little...
I have to go like way up there.
Oh, there's a dog.
I think somewhere. Let me see.
There's
That
a
looks like it
dog.
might be an exit.
Oh, there's a dog. Don't do it, guys. Don't go there.
Ship?
Oh.
Hello?
What is this?
That's a
Is this
store.
a shop or something? Oh, it's a shop. Look. It says price.
Price.
3.
Free what?
Take it.
Wait, what are we...
Take it. Get present.
Okay, so wait, we put it here. Look. Oh, it's the coins.
Hi, are you winning?
What if
well,
I just... What if I just...
No, I actually... Did he just...
Uh-oh.
Oh, Nova. Oh, Nova. Yeah, you deserve that.
What did I do wrong, bro?
Exist.
What the hell?
Oh yeah, you want your motivation? Oh hi. We gotta save. We gotta save our cat. We gotta save the cat.
I got on top of the.
So, anyways, do you know where the main
Right,
entrance
it's
is?
massive. This place is like this entire level up there, but I think that's where the exits might be.
Tell no it's safe path. Oh no! Cat! Cat!
Not
Why
the
did it
meow
shoot
meow.
me? Why did it shoot me? I didn't steal anything!
Your motivational speech today is,
Maybe it's because I stole something.
yeah. And I jumped off.
Yeah.
No! It only took one bite!
Guess we're eating for the next.
Please electrocute me.
Okay.
At least a week.
Aren't the cats supposed to stay like in the ship as an exception?
Your motivational speech is,
It's nighttime.
Wait, where am I?
Oh no.
Why is it nighttime?
We can't see where we're going.
But we don't even know where to go.
Wait, careful, we're being pulled up. Okay, we're good. Okay, we go up.
Okay, I can
Pulled
fix
us
this
good?
again.
Okay,
Yeah, how'd you do that?
Why is it dark?
There's a room. There's a room that has like a chair, and then there's a little lever that says.
I don't want to
deactivate
be
magnet.
here.
Oh, I see it over there. Okay.
I think I'm gonna wait.
Oh, it's so dark up here, bro.
I don't want to be here. But wait, I want a cat.
He's gonna
gonna
drop
wait.
us.
He's gonna drop his? Okay, well, I guess I should
It's on
sit
the
then.
other wall. The other wall.
Well,
from the
well,
chair.
You got what it takes to do it. So just do it. Only do a little bit. Wait.
I need to find.
Oh fuck, I'm stuck. There you go. Wow.
Okay, I'm gonna go up here then. I'm just
Why
gonna
am
go
I sad?
around it and see if that.
Ooh, why is that green? Green means good, right? Please don't beat me up. I see nothing. Wait, can we get a torch?
Why? I saw something. I don't know what though. Like my character saw something. Someone die?
I hope not.
Oh, she Nova died. She jumps out.
Nova fell? God damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
To a chat, I think.
Oh.
Do you want a flashlight or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, that would help him.
Okay. Because I can see nothing.
I got it. Oh, guys, look. It's
What is that?
Mufasa.
What is this weird ass rumbling out here?
Yeah.
Guys?
I'm gonna get eaten.
There's something over here.
Warm or something, I'm guessing.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
I don't even know what that is.
Big, who the fuck is Big
I wanna go. Wait. I wanna go there. I wanna meet Big Jim.
Big Jim. Body of a... There's a guy in here. He's dead.
Oh, the flashlight is here. The flashlight. Take the flashlight.
Oh, so this is how we get stuff on this map. But look at here. There's a dead dude.
Oh, there's a paper.
Is this a job pod? Oh, yeah, it is.
Bye, Big Jim. Goodbye, Big Jim. I don't know what this is, but is there a lot of reading? Okay, I can't read, so. Wait, what? Funny. What? What the fuck was that? Guys? Guys? Are they still alive? Hold up a minute. That's me. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? I can't believe it. I'm not afraid, Greg. Toot, toot, da-na-na. Everybody. Wait, is this the place? Mona Lisa? Oh guys, I made it! I got something for you! Oh, wait! Reading. Insert all valuable into the industrial shredder to turn them into shreds. Caution, do not insert limbs or wear loose clothing on or accessories when operating the shredder. Compacting. Bring all your shred to the compactor. Oh, we're supposed to work? I don't want to do that. There's more videos. How do I take it out? Oh, Dobby? What does that mean? Site 374 director. Okay. I want to get Dobby. Downstairs. Okay. Wait, woman? Woman? Okay, okay, okay. Can I stop the projector? Dobby? Where's Dobby? Dobby! Dobby! Why are you selling Sally? Hey, Timmy. Oh my god, hi, Timmy. I helped Timmy. How do I... Okay. Oh, I found him. Oh, okay. I can't press this. Okay, I'm gonna go back. Where's this? I don't want to! I want to! Oh. Please help! Is that the ship? Oh, fuck! Fuck! Where? How? I need help! Okay, I just gotta... Please! Okay. Oh, fuck me, no! No! Hey, can I help? Can you help me? I need help! That's our ship, right? I can do it. I can do it. Hi. I can do it. I can do it, guys. Oh my god. I'm getting out of here, guys. I'm getting out of here. I did it, guys! I brought things!
Money.
I brought things! I did it!
Stay.
Oh shit! Hi!
Hey yo, what's up?
Look what I brought! Look what I brought! Also, apparently you could put shit in the shredder.
Kittens. This is just called kittens. The fuck did they do to my boy? Pink
Mufasa.
Can we buy TV? Deadline 3 days. Wait, the deadline is not going down, is it?
Oh, no.
Oh, it isn't.
By the way, this place, we have to like put shit in a shredder and then...
No, we were watching, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, at least we were until you left the room and skipped half the story.
Yeah, I mean, you know that I wouldn't concentrate on that.
No.
Wait, did the date change now?
No.
Oh, no. Okay, but now you guys know what it says night shift. Boobs. Your boobs jiggle.
I know, I'm watching yours. Why do we keep going to this planet? Why can't we change the planet?
Because I want to be here.
You never left.
One day we will finish the day.
It's okay. I'll go fix the thing. Stay on the
There's
ship.
plenty. Okay.
Okay, I'm not gonna stand on the magnet this time.
Did it fall?
Okay.
No way, he actually fell.
It's in the room with the chair on the wall opposite the chair.
He fell. He fell. How can he fall? How can he fall?
I died.
Oh wait, this kid put the whole thing in his mouth? Oh my god. Oh, plank! Military left baffled after 2 times 4 plank of wood acquired over 200 confirmed kills.
And it's across from the chair. It's a little lever.
Shit.
There we go.
Holy fuckaroonies, how the fuck did I end up here? Oh, look at poor Ravi. Why is he dead?
Yeah,
I'm gonna try and find...
It looks, huh?
I'm gonna try and find the friend. I'm gonna try and find a friend. And was somewhere here, right? It's here. Hey! Hey! Hey, Timothy! Hi. Bye, selling Sally. Okay, what else do I need to do? Oh my god, I love this cat. Snail cat, I want it. Oh, do I sell this? Hey guys, it's in here. Look at this. Look at this snail cat. It's cute, right? And that's Timothy there.
He says it's a Clementine and not a snail cat.
Well, it looks like a snail cat, so it must be a snail cat. The movie's upstairs. Is Nova still alive?
Super. Mission itself.
Hey,
This is
you
where
can play
you
this
sell
other.
stuff.
Yeah,
But
you
this
have
is like,
you have to do stuff.
It's like what they put Gordian right
Oh my
here,
God.
basically, like the company building.
There's cats.
Really? That's Aww.
I know, right? It's great.
Cute. Never getting anything done there.
No, but this is the other one. I don't know how to. I don't know how to change it. Lady in Blue crew sighting.
You know, Nova hasn't made it here yet. I think she might have gotten lost in those 10 meters that I left her behind. Assembly. You can assemble stuff? Okay. Let me see.
Oh, now you can put the other video. Okay, this is this one, and then I put this one Here you go. This is the educational one, if you want to watch it. Ravi, you want to watch the educational video?
I'm trying to read this page. I think it's just a diary.
You want some Nino emote?
Yeah, this is not interesting.
Ravi, I hope you're taking notes of this because I'm not. I got tired.
I don't have patience for this. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I don't have patience for it. So there's a shredder somewhere.
So, oh look, there's kind of bridge. The fuck was that? I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
Yeah, it didn't happen. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh.
Oh, you have a flash.
Oh wait, is that the entrance?
There's a shredder.
Oh, there's the shredder. Okay, we put scrap in here.
Oh, we gotta find scrap first.
Yeah. Maybe we should have got like one of those papers or something. There doesn't seem to be anything around here.
There were like large pieces of metal that you can kind of carry, not just regular items. You can just sell the regular items, right? Kind of.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. There might not even be a point to taking it to the ship. I think people.
What
try
is
to
that?
design their own little minigame here.
Alice, do you see that? Okay, Morse code? Is this an outhouse? Is this a toiletto? Can I go toiletto? Are they all the same? I don't like pick up anything, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi! So, something got me.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, thank you, Blanco!
Wait,
the 7,000
did you drop
years!
me? Don't drop me, Jimothy.
Jimothy? I think his name is Greg.
Jimothy.
No, that's Jimothy.
Is this a giant gun? Jimothy, where did you get this giant
I'm glad she's still alive. Did you watch the intro? Did you watch the intro to that video?
The one with the cats?
Oh, okay. I mean, the cats one is cool, but the other one.
Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't.
Back to Toby.
About shredding.
I was watching Nova complain the whole time.
About what?
Everything. Saying it's a shit map because she can't see anything, even though she's the only one who doesn't know where to go.
Oh.
Like, you guys found the objective.
We learned. How did you die, huh? Go on, you want to tell us? You want to tell us? You want to enlighten
I
us?
fell through the gap in the middle of that metal beam on top because it was so dark I couldn't see anything.
Oh.
Are you alive, Nova? What the fuck? I don't know where. I fell down like 10 miles and I don't know where I am.
Oh, hey, we're really close to the ship. Do you want me to get you there?
Yeah, sure. I just.
What I learned is we need to put some shit in there. But the things that we need to put in, I have no idea.
I hate this map.
I hate it. I think we should just. I think we should just find a normal fucking map. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, Robbie. This is the ship though.
It's gotta be like a.
Ravi, they don't understand you.
Somewhere. That just turns the lights
I didn't even choose this map.
I don't know where it is.
Oh, it is. Wait, you're right. Alice picked
I really
it.
use this flashlight.
Wait, so we should blame her, right?
$0.
Yeah?
See, I can team up with you.
Okay, alright.
Left her, but...
Left. Nah, I got you. Don't worry. Oh no. Yeah, you want me?
I think we should just go and pick another map.
I think she would be moving by now if she were alive.
She went to the toilet. We'll just go. We'll just go, and then we'll get a different map.
We'll just go.
Like,
They will just leave me to die.
You know, fucking just land here
Also, hi,
again.
Clown on
Just out of
YouTube.
spite.
Yes, let's do that.
Yeah, be fooding.
Just do it. Just.
Nino?
You left me?
Well, we wanted Robbie to
You
pick a
left
different
me.
map because Dinky.
Ravi, only you can press it.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it
No,
again.
take us somewhere different. Take us somewhere different. Please.
No, you know why? Because you were sitting here on the shit talking mad shit about me, even though Alice is the one who wanted to go to this place in the first place, not even me.
It was Alice that picked this place.
Moon name. I saw the. I mean, come on! I didn't expect it to be this trash heap, literally.
She doesn't even like it. Change the planet.
No. We like
Change
it.
it.
No.
You guys just don't know how to do it.
Nova, maybe you should like follow the rest of us, go to the objective instead of walking around in a circle and then going back to the ship and being like,
I'm dinner, so if you're
Consider
still
that.
stuck here, I will rejoin you. After.
Nah, we
I
won't be
mean,
stuck, we'll be winning.
We're still like on 3 days.
I can't just AFK, I guess, for them.
Yes.
Right, no, but don't agree with him, Prime.
Alright.
Yeah, Nova. Ravi, don't fall off this time.
No,
Yeah.
I won't.
You left me. You left me, Nova. You left me,
I
Nova.
thought we were gonna change planets and go to a better planet.
There's no better planet.
You left me.
I'm sorry, BB girl. It was for a good cause.
I was not important. Fuck me! I'm dead!
You know?
I'm right there. I'm right in front of you. How the fuck did I die? Brother.
Wait.
Hey,
You know?
what's up?
You're dead. You're dead.
How is she dead? What happened?
I did nothing whatsoever.
I don't know. She was saying she wasn't important, and then she exploded.
What do you mean? Why is Alice on the roof?
I didn't do it.
The ultimate betrayal. You did it.
I didn't do anything.
You know, I'm fine. Since you hate this map so much that you have to kill Nino.
I didn't do
I'm not eating yet. I thought we did, but
Why?
I didn't do that.
I was just hearing on the back.
No, I didn't.
All right.
Alice, don't listen to him, okay? That was entirely Robbie's fault because I didn't
What the
have
fuck
actually
did
press the
I
button.
do?
He pressed
think
the
it's
button and she
entirely-
exploded. That's, I
I think it's understandable that you did
Nova.
this given the planet we were on.
Nova. Why did you kill me, Nova? Why you hate me, Nova? Nova, why do you hate me, Nova? Why am I dead, Nova?
I don't know.
I don't know why. Because Nova's a little hater.
She doesn't like me. She does. Oh, is it broken?
Oh my god. Chat, you should not be
God,
encouraging
no
this.
planet.
Why do you don't like me, Nova? Nova, why do you hate me? Nova, how can I better myself for you?
Okay, let's go.
Oh my god.
How can I better myself for you, Nova?
Be yourself. You're perfect the way you are.
She said I'm perfect the way that I am. That means
She
there's
lied.
nothing I can change. I know.
She lied.
I know.
She lies because she hates you.
Good night, ketchup. Good night, ketchup.
Good night, ketchup.
Nighty night.
It's okay. I trust you. I'll go this other one. I just don't trust Ravi. Bum 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 bum. Hello. Hello, little thingy. Oh, where's my shoe go? Why am I wearing my shoes the wrong way around?
Alright, have fun.
Ravi.
The
Ravi.
bridge is safe.
I got something. I got something for you. Ravi, I got something for you.
Hold on.
Wait, how the heck? Wait, how do I even? What? Oh, wrong place. You know where, Key? Alice?
Yeah?
Oh. It's a laser boy, huh? Hello?
Yeah?
How's it going, dude? Hey. Oh.
I hope you didn't scan that just now.
I did not scan that.
So, what I do here? Oh.
Hey.
Hello.
Is Ravi dead? Is Ravi dead? Ravi? Ravi? Are you dead?
Caramba!
Oh, you're alive. I thought you died.
Yeah, of course. No.
Yeah, you want to see what I got for you?
Yeah, what is it? What is it?
Key.
What am I gonna do with that?
To open your butthole.
What? What the hell?
There's a laser thing there.
Noted.
Oh, there's Oider. Wait, what?
Oh, he's predicting.
Oh, dead end. Alright, we have to go through the laser.
We need a wallet so we can grab the coins. We can use those to buy things at that new planet.
New planet?
Yeah, look, you got the one we were just on before.
No, there's a locked door.
Oh!
Down here.
Oh, I got a key. I opened it.
Hello.
Okay.
Oh, well done.
Bro, no way. Wait, no, don't. Why would you do that?
Don't like it.
I think it's a compulsion or something.
No.
Don't do it. Oh man,
Wait.
your ass is spankable. Oh wait, there's another path here.
Oh, I'm aware.
Oh no, this actually, wait, this is the wrong path.
There's another locked door.
Ah!
Oh, you did the same thing I did.
Hi.
Oh, something a gnome just got destroyed by the fan.
No, that was me.
There's a locked door here.
Yeah, over here. But it's just the one that leads to the
Gnome.
fan.
He's getting sucked into it.
Doesn't do anything important.
No, man.
More
Oh.
fan.
I literally I opened a door, turned a corner, and
It just
like,
pulled
instantly
you.
Died.
Oh, hey,
Yeah, I
boss.
instantly died because I touched it.
A boogie bot.
Oh. Does Nino have like 4 hats? 4 hats? 2 hats? Why would I have 4
What
hats?
about this? Okay.
Oh, this is where Fable, her child is, right?
Where Fable's what?
Her child lives.
Nice.
Damn right it is.
Wait, what the fuck? Who's pissing?
Oh, there's that tea kettle.
It's Oider.
There's more stuff over here.
Oh, it's a plushie! Oh my god, it's a cat!
Shut up, bro.
No, I want it, cat.
Am I inventory full?
Yeah.
Go back.
Water.
Oh, I followed.
What the hell is that? Man, I miss our cat.
Oh.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Huh?
Jump down there.
Well, what was that turn?
Alright. What's up?
There's a.
Why do I hear?
I think it was a bracken.
It's a gnome.
No, it's a gnome. I don't trust it.
Step on
Break it down.
No. It's definitely fake. Ow! Ow.
What's that?
Why are you like? Yeah, no.
Nah.
He left her.
Of course it's Ravi.
You're fine.
Watch him die. Wait, there's snow there?
Hello?
Oh, looks like snow. Wait, why is she not pressing the button? Oh, there you go.
Oh.
What? Oh yeah, it teleports you.
She touched the gnome. She touched the gnome.
Damn it.
Is she stuck?
Did she drop a hairbrush?
Oh, she dropped all the things.
Anyway.
Oh, she picked it up.
Hey, the fire exit's right there.
Yeah, but I think she thinks it's fake.
No.
Is that a British bracken? Is that a British bracken? What the hell? What the hell, mate?
Now let's just go out the fire exit.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, there she goes again.
The gnome touched her.
Is this gonna keep happening?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, what the fuck? Where's she going?
We're like, can you stop cheering? And what the?
You can do it. Just go run for it. You gotta do it. Wait, that's not. Oh my god, the cat ball!
And it comes alive?
I didn't know. Yo, what if it jumps on her?
Can you teleport me, maybe?
We have no teleporting. Is it hexagon or octagon?
It's an octagon.
Maybe if I walk into it.
Oh, she did.
I don't know if this. I don't think it is an improvement, actually.
Don't look at your bracken. He's coming. He's coming.
Oh, the gnomes are coming.
No.
Girl. The hole.
But I'm not gonna give the advantage.
Oh, it's the elephant. It's not the bracken.
Can you even kill it?
I don't think
Hey,
so.
Mage Kyrie.
Hey, Mage. Playing Lethal Company with mods today.
Oh!
Wait, they can't pick them up either.
Oh, fire
Use the
exit.
fire exit!
Oh, she's gonna run for it. Oh, wait. She actually might make it.
There's no way I make it.
She's making it. Oh my god, look at that Pikachu. Look at Ravi and then look at the right side. Oh, he's gone. He moved. Oh, does she know that it's
I'm
broken?
not a weasel.
Wait, I see Alice.
Wait, what the fuck? Did he make a monkey sound?
Huh.
I didn't do a monkey sound, just...
No, Ravi did. Oh, she gonna do it? Ship leaving in 1 hour. Oh, she's gonna make it. Yes. Unless she steps on a trap.
Hey, what's up, loser?
Oh my god. What the fuck is this? What the hell is he? What is these dance moves? Oh, she made it!
And they're fucking things, bro.
I don't know.
You want a Ninu plushie? I want a Ninu
You
plushie.
could pick up the nose at least.
Me too.
I think there's some of them. I think some of them you can pick up. At least they have the money symbol on them.
There is a way to make plushies, but you have to like pay things up front.
We finally figured it out instead of it just left a lot of it behind. Oh well.
Ravi's boobs are not bouncier than mine. I just want to point out.
I have bigger tits than everyone here.
No.
Who days?
We have the equal size.
Yeah. Okay. Mine are bouncier and bigger.
I think they might just optically look bigger.
Nah.
The same size.
Oh, why we can't go to the castle?
What castle?
There's a castle.
See, they're
there.
the same size, chat.
Oh, right. The castle grounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why can't we go
Yeah,
there?
it's the one from Mario. Let's see. We can go to offense.
Okay. Ninu, I better do. I better. Ninu better. I'm a better
Ninu
cat.
has better boobs. She has better
Wait,
boobs.
I do. Oh my god, I do. Oh my god, chat. This is for you. Wait, where is it? This is for chat. Here you go, chat. There you go. Did you like it?
The same size.
No, actually mine looks bigger. Oh, sorry, mine actually looks bigger.
God.
Ravi, are you taking this?
Yeah. Alright.
Go again.
Is this the hot spring episode of Lethal Company?
Hot spring episodes.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of filler in those bodies, that's for sure.
Yeah, buddy, let's go.
This is Ravi.
Wait, where are we? Is this all face?
Yep.
Can I touch it? Can I touch it? Can I touch it?
You're already touching it.
Yeah.
Oh,
What are you touching?
No! I was touching your face. You have a very cute face.
You can touch my face whenever you want.
Very cute, and Alice has a nice nose.
I can't open a beer can with this nose. That's great.
Oh.
You okay?
Yes.
You just hacked all the amount of soup in life, right? I didn't even get any money from this.
Oh.
Buy 'em.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just an exit.
But is it real?
Yeah.
Is it real?
We don't have that mod.
It's real. I don't. I had to check. I had to check.
Okay, everything is on the left. I dropped.
To the left. To the left. Back to the left.
It's okay, we can always go to the fire exit. We can, oh, never mind, it's offense.
I already found the fire exit. Oh, dead end. Dead end.
Wow. Well, not really.
Wait,
J6,
actually,
we have
what's
to
it?
open
J6.
J6.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I said think of America. That'll do it.
This way it goes around, G6.
Oh yeah.
Point. Dead end.
Wow. All this is replaced with
Oh,
money
big
that we
room.
can
Wait,
pick up.
no, that's main it. Okay, J6, I'm gonna do it. Meteor shower. You gotta be kidding me. Oh no. Emergency. Emergency. Where are the meteor? Where the meteor? Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba. Who left that turned on? Okay, J6. Did it work? H5.
Tell me the duck story.
No, please stop. Where? Please tell. Did you? Oh fuck! Sorry. There's no ducks here, right? You guys did that, right? Oh fuck! I'll just close it off. Da 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 da. Oh. Give me tea. Oh no, is that? Oh. Why does it look like Yoshi? No, do scan 21 objects. It's only, oh my god. Shovel is $30. Okay. Alice is coming out. I think those two look like they're stuck. Damn, yeah. Where the hell is the yeah? Wait. Oh, we don't have that.
What is up with that duck?
You had the duck as well? Do you see it?
I got me to find a grape or something.
Did you find the grape?
I found the grape. Yeah, is it gonna kill me if I don't find the grape?
Yeah, it kills you. Hey. There are wooden boxes around if you want to break
I
it.
had a coil head on me that had fatter boobs than all of us. So
Nah.
I guess that's settled then. None of us have the biggest boobs.
Oh. No. By the way, how bad are the meteors outside?
I wouldn't stand on the one if you can help it.
No. Okay. But you can see it from the sky, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I think they found a new friend. Yeah, let me turn around. This goes great, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
They're still alive.
I want to check up on the others. No one's still alive. Wow.
Yeah,
He warned me
I
about
think
the
they're all
duck, but, like,
they're
what
all
can you
alive.
do? Yeah, I catch the gnomes, I got teleported, and then I was like, well,
Oh yeah,
to figure that.
yeah. That it was funny watching you teleport. Were you trying to get like the items? And it just kept eating you around. Yeah.
There were 2 gnomes, and there was like a few other monsters that I'm not sure they hurt me, like plushies that crawled over the floor. And there was a bracken. So when you have to navigate, you can't look forwards, because then you're gonna get tickled from behind, and yeah, difficult.
Oh.
But I died.
Oh lol! Oh.
Like you made it outside, but then got.
Oh, the
made it
meteor
inside.
got them. Oh, rip.
Nice.
Alright. Oh shit, here we go again.
That's funny. Nice boobs. The most paranoid, sustain the most injuries. Laziest, thank you.
Otherwise, it's just irritating.
Hey, guys.
We died to Skibbity. We died to the Skibbity toilet. We were
Ow!
inside.
Did you go to Hogwarts?
Okay, that's the thing. Alright, this time I do have some dinner, so I'll be for a bit.
Okay.
Oh, get strapped in here. Is she gone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, hold up. Let me strap you in. There you go.
Perfect.
It's rainy. Do we want to go here? Oh, no, you found another one.
No, I moved. Hey,
Okay.
you found the grapes.
Yeah, she found the grapes. Alice found it.
Oh, soon. Hell yeah.
Can we eat it?
Oh my goodness.
No, we can't.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Aw, shit. Here we go again. Nova?
She.
Nova? You have nice boobs.
Thank you.
I saw it and then I was gobsmacked. I was just gobsmacked by your boobs.
Wait.
Ravi, we're not
there's a
going there.
building up
We're not
there.
going there.
No, but look behind
Oh.
it. There's a big building.
You know what happened? What? Okay. You have to go pee?
I'm gonna pee really quick. Yep.
Okay.
Yep, so I'm gonna just like watch this direction and see
Okay.
if you guys die while I'm gone. I'll be right
Alright,
back.
you check on him. Here we do my poker face. Nya 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 nya. Carry my, we do my poker face. Oh, wait, what is that? Ravi? Is that a dog? Oh my god! Oh my god! Hey, you little cutie! Ravi! Oh, I'm taking this with us. You're with us. You're coming with us. I don't care. Ravi! I think he's dead. Hey, little goober. You're such a cutie. Ravi? Nova. Did you do your wee-wee? Nova, I got his little friend. He's a little goober. He's snail cat. Nova. Nova. Jetpack. 20% off. What's going on, huh? Where's the light? It's Ravi? What the fuck is Ravi? You're mine. Nova? don't want to lose it. I don't want to lose it. Is Nova still wee-weeing? Hey,
Nino!
Ravi! Yeah?
What are you doing?
Look what I found!
Oh shit, dude.
Yeah, I didn't want to let it go because look, it moves. It's a snail cat.
Oh, but it's because he follows you. Look.
He follows me?
Oh my good. Well, he follows me right now, but here, if I go, he's following me.
Okay, wait, I want it to follow me.
Okay, well, by the way, that building I saw, there is an entrance there.
Why does he want you?
Well, come on, let's go. We take him
Wait.
with us.
No, I want him with me.
Okay.
Follow me.
I'll stand over here. I think he's
I
with
think
you
he's
now.
following you. No, he's following me.
Wait. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Over here.
Is he? Oh, he is.
Yeah,
oh
he's
my
with
god. Okay, don't go too fast for it.
No, okay, but we gotta run past this thing before it turns. Go.
Okay, when does... Oh, it's standing. When do I go? Okay. Wait. Oh my god! I fucking saw that! I fucking saw that! My snail cat! Snail cat! Snail cat! Where is he? I don't want to lose it. Snail cat! No, come here! Nova! Ravi's dead! Nova, Ravi's dead! Yeah, that's a good thing. Okay, let me press it.
Oh
Okay.
shit! Here we go
Wait,
again.
wait. Snail cat, don't, you're not going. I saw him get yoinked.
My cat really wanted my attention while I was up. Sorry, guys.
Look what I got!
Snuggly.
Wait, what the fuck?
What the? Why am I holding it? What is this?
Give it back!
Wait, what is this? Why am
It's
I holding
snail
something?
cat.
Wait.
Why did it give it to you?
I don't know.
Can you
Wait,
drop him?
Here you go. Here you go. Here you go.
Yeah! Look at him! He's
Oh, it's
such
so
a cutie!
You got eaten by a dinosaur?
Yeah, I saw him get eaten.
Yeah,
I saw the rainbow.
see.
Look at this snail cat.
He's
so cute. Look at him.
Aww.
Do you want food?
Oh my god.
Wait, let me try something.
Wait, give him food.
Damn,
No,
I can't. He's not battery powered.
snail cat, you gotta eat it. Eat
Well, he
food.
just did a backflip.
Yeah, because I picked him up and then I dropped him.
That's crazy, bro.
Take it. Eat it.
Right.
Eat the food.
Wait.
No!
Oh no.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
No! Let it live! Look how cute he is!
Goober, man.
Oh, he's so cute! I want it as a plushie. Does a plushie of it exist? No!
Oh my god.
Look at him! He's just sitting like that! Oh,
Yeah.
eat this, my little friend. Oh my god. I hope he stays here.
Alright, time to
Gambling?
sell some shit. Yep.
Wait, who's doing that? This is me.
I don't know.
Oh, that's
Is there-
that's the thing of
Oh.
monster. This is me. In
The company monster.
company
Squid
monster.
thing.
Everybody
There
got
you go.
things to sell?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's
Alright,
go.
let's go.
Hey. Oh.
Man, he's going fucking ballistic out there.
Oh, what do you guys have? Oh, okay. 19 stand. Alright.
Oh yeah, well I only got 17. Oh no, we might be good.
Yeah! Wait, how much do we need to sell?
Well, we already have enough. But if we get more, we can go to like the castle or something.
I want to go to a castle.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Bro.
17. Oh. Did you lose everything?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Let me
12?
check if we have more.
Oh. We tied. Ravi?
Yeah?
You want an item?
Okay.
Yeah, I have extra items too.
Yeah, here you go. Take this. Take the Rubik's Cube.
Oh, yes. Okay, okay. Let's go.
Oh, these grapes are worth. This is worth $72. That's
Well, get
Red.
it, come on. It could be worth even more.
Oh shit! I won something. $100.
Oh, there you did.
Nice.
Neat.
Okay, 10, 20. Nice.
15,
Okay.
bro. Hit it. Oh, yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. All right, let's go.
Alright.
We can do it.
Look at this goober. He ain't gonna hit shit, bro. He dog water. Yeah, that's right.
Hell yeah. Wait, I definitely have a lot of money now.
Buddy. You wanna go sell?
how much?
Should we go to castle?
Maybe close to 500.
Yeah, I want to go castle.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, I want to go to castle.
Castle. Castle.
There you go. Yeah. Is a snail cat here? Where's the snail cat?
There's a picture of Germa.
Oh my god, what is Germany?
Wait,
Wait, snail cat! Snail cat, please don't.
No, did you have the cat?
No.
Where's Snail Cat?
Snail cat.
Is he? Has he got an adventure?
We didn't sell him, as you can see.
Oh,
No.
but-
You found him?
He's over here. Yeah. Oh,
Rabbit.
his name is Gay Cobb. Has it always been Gay Cobb?
No!
Why is his name Gay Cobb?
I don't care, he's our friend. He's staying with us.
Why did his name change?
It's like
He's
Jacob
gonna
with
Okay,
you trying
we
to
gotta
run
hold him.
from us?
Ravi, start us off. Take us
Okay.
on orbit so we don't lose him.
I don't see him anymore. Wait,
You don't see him?
Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Find him!
Wait, I got it.
You got him?
Oh, you got him?
I
No,
jumped
Neil,
off.
Come back! No!
I jumped off. No.
See?
I jumped
sorry,
up for
I'm sorry.
him. I jumped up for him. He's alive.
He's here. He's right there. He's right there.
Congratulations, you together. Keep up the good work.
Guys, do we want to go to the castle or
Yeah. Yeah, castle.
Okay.
I want to go to
Okay,
castle.
but how do we keep our friend safe?
We need a play
Oh,
pad.
look, he's sitting here now.
I have an idea. I have an idea. We move some objects into a little square so he can sit in there.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Can you move things around?
Yes. Hold
Okay.
on. Let me. There you go. So we put him in there.
In here?
What? No,
Oh.
over here. Look here.
Oh, in there.
There you go.
Oh.
Very
Where-
good.
where'd he
Wait,
go?
wait. He's
Where'd
in
he
there,
go?
but
He keeps like disappearing.
He keeps going for the.
oh,
fucking-
he's there. He's there.
Bro.
There you go.
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay.
Nice.
Can we get
Alright,
food?
buddy. Gay Cobb, you stay there. Oh yeah, let's get some. There's food in the thing. Hold on.
Oh.
Let me get the open one. There you
Yeah,
go.
Who
you toss me
knew
the
that?
ice cream.
It's
there you go.
Germa again.
He's got num num. Yeah, Germa's here. There's several pictures
There's
of
pizza.
Germa in here.
I mean, he's
What am
cool.
I looking at?
One day
What
maybe
the
he
fuck?
noticed me. Oh, isn't that like
That's
don't
a
know.
finger going sideways.
Yeah.
And this is just a piece of pizza.
You be a good
And
boy,
then, oh, it's that
okay?
picture of like a young Donald Trump eating pizza sideways.
Wait, that's young Donald Trump?
Yeah, and he's eating a piece
Oh.
of pizza from the side. 'Cause
Ravi,
he's a
you have to
complete
you
sociopath.
have to do the thing.
Oh yeah, let me.
You won't let us
Yeah,
do
yeah,
it.
yeah, I got it.
Castle,
Like a-
I want to go to castle. What the hell was that? Is this Mario?
What?
Wait, it's
I don't
Mario.
know.
Yes.
It's Mario.
It's Mario.
Oh, it's a
told you, it's
Mario
Peach's
castle.
Yes,
Yeah,
Peach's
Peach's
Princess
castle.
Peach. Okay, you stay there, Caddy. Princess Peach.
Peach.
Right there.
Peach's castle.
I just saw a woman.
What
There,
are you
Princess
talking
Peach.
She's up here.
Oh, please
no,
have
I
the
saw
music.
something else when you were landing.
No, you talking mad shit, dog.
Wait, Ninu, did you ever turn DMCA off?
Yeah, I did. I can't hear it. I wish I could. I'm just. Oh, Nintendo.
Nintendo will come for your ass.
No, that should be turned off.
Wait, where did it go? I'm not crazy. Chat, you saw that, right?
No.
What are you talking about, dude?
You're hearing things.
It looked like the goat character from Deltarune, but with a pink dress.
Oh, who? There? Here. There.
It's right there. It's
the
ghost girl.
What are you talking about? There's nothing here, dog.
No, but you hear it. You're seeing things.
This motherfucker. What is that giant? I didn't reskin. There's a giant eyeball here.
Nova, come this way.
What's happening?
I think I'm gonna die.
No, you're fine. There's that big ass fucking eyeball over here, bro. Oh shit! God damn, it's a terror, bro. Get run!
I ran.
Okay.
Hey. Be careful, Nova.
What the? No! The puffer's Indian!
What?
It's speaking Indian to me.
What's the plague? What's the plague?
Get around it.
Run away from it.
Oh, a star. I see a star.
Hey, gnome. Oh my god, cat! There's a cat somewhere. Where is it? There's a cat.
There's
I heard it.
right next to you.
Oh. Hi. Anyone who wants to save little Ninu? Oh my god.
Let's play a game of Simon Says. Make sure not to mess up. Are you ready? Get
No.
set.
Oh my.
It's the doghouse for you.
You got the ghost after me.
Oh. Oh,
You
well,
got
I'm
the
glad he
ghost
found.
after I did.
I'm glad he got the cat though.
Hey, you should be
Oh,
friends
let's
now,
vote.
okay?
Let's
should be good
vote.
friends.
Oh yeah, because Alice isn't here.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't doing that. What the hell? What? Now your name is Plink? Your name can't be Plink all of a sudden.
Oh
That's
my
not how
god,
this
you're
works.
so cute!
Go in there.
That is so
Plink.
cute.
I don't know what happened to me. And it was like Simon Says, and then there's some
Why are
music
you
going
invisible?
off, and I couldn't hear,
No, that
but that's
was-
okay.
This shit, bro.
That's what
Oh,
killed
now
me
you're not
too.
visible. Oh.
The woman,
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, yeah.
the Simon Says.
Yeah, I
Damn,
said
y'all
when we
did.
went in that there was like a goat in a pink dress, and she kept
Yeah.
following me, and then she was like,
Come here,
"Let's
buddy.
play
So you
Simon
don't walk away
Says."
again.
Yeah. Oh my god, look at. Oh my god, I want a plushie like that. Oh my god, it's so cute.
So cute.
Nah,
SOS?
I got a star.
Oh, it's so cute.
Hello.
Wait, I died to Simon Says. I want to do
Me
Castle
too.
again.
Damn.
Oh my god, his name is Jasper.
Yep.
Let
We
me
gotta get him
get
some
more
more
food. Well, lucky
Yeah.
me. See, I brought for this occasion.
I put a star up here.
Oh my god, it moves. Okay,
Yeah.
go again.
Yep.
Yeah.
They can chill down there. Let me close this. Let's go.
Oh shit.
Lobster in a bucket looks like a giant monster on a metallic planet. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. Oh,
Guys, help.
oh no. Why does that look not so nice?
Help.
Where?
In the
The
shelf.
goat this
Help.
time. Saw the
I'm stuck in the
saw the
shelf.
goat when we were landing.
Oh shit, what's happening? Nino, there's a turret on your face. Do not look
bro.
at me.
Okay.
Do not look at me.
Okay.
Turn around. Look at the
Okay.
wall.
Okay.
You're not looking at the wall. Turn
Okay, I'm
around.
looking at the wall.
Good mother of God.
Please, can you save him?
I'm
Please,
working
I
on
can-
it. I'm working on it. Alright,
don't
buddy,
make me
you get
look.
in here. You get. No, you just stay there.
Okay. I can hear him
yeah,
moving, Ravi. You're not saving
Yeah,
it.
but he keeps crawling out of here. I don't know how.
Okay, wait. Can I see him? Is he close to me?
Here, I put him right behind you.
Oh, which you did. Where is he?
Oh, he crawled back in here with me.
Okay.
What do we do?
Let me see him.
Okay,
Okay,
you do that. I'm leaving.
I got him. He's safe. Why is he pink? Okay.
Motherfucker.
Can I
There's
look?
turrets everywhere. What the fuck's happening?
Okay, take us out of here then, because I don't want to lose our cat.
Okay, well, alright. I'll come back inside then.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, what the fuck? The turrets are moving around out here, dog.
Yeah, I have one on my head. Do you want me to turn?
No, I'm well aware. Try not to kill Novalia this well. To be fair, she had one on her head as well, apparently. Don't fuck it! No!
Meow. Are you alive?
Yes.
Meow.
You better not.
You better not quite.
You don't have the turret anymore.
I don't know where it came
You
from.
shot me. You shot
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Oh my god.
You're my friend.
Let's go again.
Squish that cat.
Wait.
You're my friend now.
You my friend now. Wait. Ooh ee ah ooh ee ah ee. Ooh ee ah ee ooh ee ah ee. Ooh ee ah ooh ee ah. Deserved for exploding Nino earlier.
Alright, I want to finally play this level.
Yep.
Okay.
That'd be neat, wouldn't it?
Yes. Okay. Ooh ee ah ee ooh ee ah ee. Nobody, you have to stay here, my friend. You have to stay here. Guys, it's not staying bored. Come here. Come here, you lovely bean. here. Yoo, come here. Follow me. Good little lad. No, baby, come here. Come to me. Okay, well, I can't. Hey, guys.
Hi.
Is everything okay?
Yeah.
Enough bro 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 enough bro bro bro.
Yeah. I couldn't find the way because it's smoky.
Yeah,
Yeah, my little friend was following me. BRL, Alright, are you gonna follow me, little boy? Come, follow Ninu. Good lad. BRL, Ninu Nivit. Come with me. We're gonna go to the castle. Lampy, 72 years? No way.
Snail.
Bad snail?
It's coming for.
Who's it going for?
Bad snail.
Ravi.
Stinky ass snail, bro.
Alright, where have you guys gone?
There's stuff over here.
There's no way to go except for that way.
No, this way's got lots of corridors.
Yeah, that's the only door. His name is Zuwu now?
Yeah.
Did you name him?
No.
Zuwu?
No, come back. I gotta keep you safe, my friend.
Guys, I got a super shell.
Oh, I don't like that, Nova. Ravi, be careful of the snail.
What the fuck is that? Hey, yo!
Oh shit. The skibbity toilet.
What do you mean?
Toilet.
Is it toilet?
God damn it. Is there no other path? Bruh.
Wait, maybe there's a fire exit. Oh, wow, okay. Well,
Yeah,
I had that toilet.
all over the place.
I just heard that.
We gotta find the fire exit.
Yeah. But it's very smoky. I'm guessing that's oily.
Ravi, have you just been quiet?
What? What are you talking about?
No,
I'm
no,
talking
he's
right
talking.
You're Ravi.
Oh,
I'm speaking right
oh,
now.
Path.
I don't hear him anymore.
I hear him.
I don't hear him anymore. I heard him at the beginning of this round, though.
Yeah.
Tell Nova that she's gay and smelly.
Ravi said, sorry. But you can't hear him.
Really?
Yeah.
Is he saying nice things about me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so
What's over
sweet
here?
of him.
I don't know, it's darkness. It's darkness, Ravi. Maybe this is not the way. Is that Oiler down there? Perhaps so.
He definitely still, like, I heard him at the beginning, Frankie would, so it's not.
I found it. Nina's down here.
Is it down there?
Down here. Yeah, down here.
Okay, hold up.
That's death. Oh, wait, no, it's not. See him down, he lived down there.
Yeah, it's just too smoky.
There's a door.
Zhao Lan. Hey, hello. Hello. Ravi?
Hello.
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, okay. You know what?
What are you doing?
I don't want to be there. Why is there so much sounds everywhere? Ravi,
What
why
are
is
you
there so much
doing?
sounds?
What are you talking about?
Did you not hear it?
No, what are you talking about?
Oh, it's not my ears.
Hey, Nova.
Nova, you see Yoshi? Oh my god, I almost walked on that.
Damn. There's a staircase here.
If I die, please save my snail cat.
Of course.
Aww. Okay.
Snail cat must survive.
Whoa, whoa.
Why does it sound like a girl screaming?
Oh no.
Do you not hear it?
It's the star!
Oh my god! Did it? No!
Oh wait, is that the
I don't like the sound.
apparatus of this level? Is that the apparatus of this level? I can't hear what Robbie says.
Over here.
Oh.
My snail cat must survive.
Snail cat is 21 pounds.
Really?
Yeah. Where's the mine? So I don't want to walk on it.
It was in the hallway.
Mine's
it was in a
right here.
hallway.
Right next
Oh,
to me.
right here, Nova. Be careful.
Oh, yeah.
Let me drop this real quick. There you go. We can go this way, rather than here.
Okay. Oh,
Do
there's
not
a
go
key
outside.
here.
Do not go outside. Do not go outside. Oh, what the fuck did I just see? What was that?
What did you see?
What did you see, bro?
There's a giant foot.
Let me see.
I don't think he survived.
Good mother of God.
Okay, let's take the other things to the main floor then.
What did you say?
My baby.
There you go.
Wait,
Here
let me
you
carry
are.
him. Yeah.
There you go.
Nintendo's gonna sue us so hard for these sound effects, bro.
No.
Now, one of my favorite maps is the penguin map. Wait. Oh! Did it?
Oh, stop it! I'm gonna get sued!
Oh, I have a key. Guys.
Oh.
I opened it. I opened it with a key. The other door.
Okay, let's go through that one then.
It's so rude.
Oh, I don't like this. There's something here. Oh. Yeah, I picked it up. Block?
Oh, I can break it! Wait, hold up. What is it? Oh, it's like
Block.
a
Oh, there's a door here. Door down here. Oh, there's another key there. Wait, red coin.
Yeah, that's the one I just dropped.
Why? Oh.
We need, can somebody grab the key here so we can unlock this door? I don't have space.
Oh, my little goblin. Okay, I can unlock it. Okay, it's unlocked.
Perfect.
There you go. Please, our friend needs to survive.
Where the fuck?
This is weird.
This is where the blocks like roll down.
Yeah.
Why is there a ticking? Why is there like a bomb going off?
No, that's the clock. I picked up.
Aravia has a clock.
Oh man, no. No, I can't leave, guys.
What?
Cause two
Oh, shit.
hands.
Oh fuck. Let's go the other way then. There was another path.
There's another way. Nova, you got this. She's gonna live. You got this, Nova.
Yeah, there's another path over here. I don't know what it leads to exactly.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
look over here.
Oh, there is. Oh shit.
But I don't know what it goes to. It's like a teleport thing.
Oh my god.
We're good. I'm gonna drop this shit. I'm too heavy.
Oh.
Oh.
You can't
okay.
jump.
What the hell? I literally can't.
Wait, really?
Oh,
Hold.
no, there you go. Yeah. It's good.
No. We can't. We. Oh wait, there's nothing here. Rav, there's nothing here.
There's like a platform.
Oh wait, there is a platform.
For me to get up.
What is this thing?
What the fuck?
There's a radio. Right.
What is this? There's a hole here.
You wanna go?
Am I supposed to go through it? Alright, hold on. We'll see.
Okay. Oh!
How'd you guys die?
Oh shit! No! How did you die?
I got jumped on by a giant.
Oh no!
Loading screen said if you stand still, they don't see you, and it lied to me.
Hey, the cat is still alive though.
No, that's a different type of giant.
But snail cat.
Oh,
The snail cat. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Oh my god.
Motherfucker just went, man. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Oh god.
What? Wait. I can't hear Robbie.
You don't hear Ravi?
Hey, Ronald.
We were talking about the cat. The sounds it was making.
She left.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
she's fine.
that was so funny.
You're my friend now. 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 You're my friend now.
Oh.
You're my friend now. You're my friend now.
Hey, Ronald.
You're my friend now.
Yeah.
You're my friend now. You're my friend now.
I need to go toilet.
You're my friend now.
Hey, well, I'm gonna stop now anyway.
My friend
You
now.
stopping?
Yeah, I gotta get some
You're my
food
friend now.
again. I'm hungry.
You're my friend now. You're my friend
Oh,
now.
we didn't even get to gamble though.
I know. Hey, Ronald. Anyway,
Oh, bye-bye.
there you go. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye. Oh. Nova?
Oh, okay. Robbie's just gone. Wait.
Yeah,
oh, wait.
he said you have to go nom nom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hi.
What are you gonna do?
Are you saying that you're going?
Well, I have D&D in 30 minutes, and I was thinking about maybe like eating food before.
Oh. I guess I'll keep playing, but I need to go toilet.
Do you want to keep playing?
Yeah. But I
Is
need
there
to go
something specific?
toilet.
Okay, you
I don't know
go.
what to play though.
I can't hang out with Chat until you come back, though.
Yeah. Okay. BRB guys.
Okay. Listen, guys, I would stay longer if, like, I just don't think I can play a game between now and when I have to go to D&D, and I think that I gotta get some food. That sounds like the responsible thing to do. Do we have to be nice? Wait, are you not gonna be nice to me? What? Excuse me. I got the tail out and everything for you. Come on. No. I'm gonna be. I do lie. I am. What's the words? What are words? What's English? You know say. But I'm going to be streaming probably Monday, Wednesday, Friday this week. I'll put a schedule out today on the socials, so don't worry. I'll actually remember this time. I'm also gonna refill my coffee after stream. That's gonna be so nice, guys. I'm also practicing my art. I've been doing. Whoa.
I tried to be quiet and then I coughed.
Welcome back. Did you pee? Did you pee?
Yeah.
Okay, good. How many coffee? I drank 2 coffees a day. In high school, I used to drink 4 a day, which is not great.
4? That's
Yeah, I
less
have
than
4 a
5.
day. It's like the limit for caffeine you should have in a day.
Oh. Did you like drink it like early in the morning? Did you have like a shitload of coffee?
No, I would have it like all after school. Like just back to back.
Oh. That's
And then I would stay up playing video games till 5 in the morning, and then
Mhm.
I would take a nap for like an hour, and then I would go to school.
How did he function?
I don't know. I swear I got good grades in high school though. It's probably because I stayed up doing all my homework, and then occasionally I would just take a day to like sleep like for 24 hours, and then I would go back to school.
You are such a goober.
Yeah. Yeah.
What should I do?
Well, what are you feeling? Do you want Moira? Do you want cozy?
Not cozy.
Not cozy. Okay,
Yeah.
so do you want to Moira something or not Moira something?
I can Moira things.
All right,
you
Prime
should
wants to-
play Elden Ring. I do have it downloaded.
You should play Elden Ring, Nino.
Should I? Guys,
Yeah.
should I?
I think you should.
You know I'm gonna be tilted, right, guys? You guys okay with me being tilted?
Yeah, you would at least have Prime there if you did. I would
cold mod playthrough. I will
see. I would go back to Elden Ring if I could walk around with Ninu, but it looks like I can only call people for fights, which I think is lame, personally. I want to walk around and explore with her. Challenge Nova to suggest something that's not Marvel Rivals or Overwatch. Yeah, I would play co-op with the girls.
Yeah, but I will be like, oh, shiny, and then I'll run to it.
See, I don't like being left to my own devices in Elden Ring. I didn't enjoy that. I needed people to tell me where to go.
Gosh.
But yeah. Okay, well, I'm excited to see you try Elden Ring, Ninu _VT. Very, very excited. Wait, Nino.
Yeah.
Nino.
Yeah.
What should I draw during D&D?
Oh,
Oh, I am just about to.
Yeah, I was gonna change to Elden Ring.
That's okay.
What
Did you
about
win though?
Yeah.
Yeah, we still had a cat. We still had a cat.
Wait, what should I draw though?
Wait.
Venom in the tomato costume.
Yes, there you go.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your contributions. I will have you pulled up on my other screen while I do D&D. I'm very excited to see you play this Ninu. But if you get tilted, you're totally welcome to change games, okay?
What do I do if I get tilted, guys?
You can... I don't know. Sounds diabolical. I'm very excited.
Just
I'm
don't
very
get
excited.
tilted, bro. Easy.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat food while I watch you.
So smart. I should have thought of that. We love you, Nova. Thank you for playing. Let's eat. Oh my god! I got raided!
It's Novalia
That's
just
lethal
rated my
combo.
stream with 8 viewers. Everyone behave.
Alright, I'm popping out. Boy.
Bye, Alice. Thank you for playing. Bye, Alice. Guys, check out Alice. Check out Nova.
No.
Oh my god.
Nova sucks.
No. You're calling out for help at the moment. You're running around.
Oh god.
Oh.
She's doing it. Wait, she didn't die. Oh.
No.
Oh, she's living.
Alright, gravity has been kind to me today.
Isn't this the clip where, like, I get
this
chased
is-
instead?
Yes!
I
Yeah!
twice. And
It
the elevator
is.
saved me the first
Ah.
time, and then the
Ay.
saved me the second.
And you hear you scream in the back.
The thumper was chasing me though.
Help!
It went for Ninu.
I'm gonna
I'll
short
have
out of this.
Yeah, I know. I'll have you know that I did survive that round.
I'm not big.
Oh yeah.
That's Rappy drowning in mud. Oh, that was nice. Thank you, Nova, for playing.
Thank you.
You enjoy your D&D? Yes?
Yes, and I hope you enjoy Elden Ring. Don't let them force you to keep playing if you don't want to play, okay?
What if I play like Tetris?
I would love to watch you play Tetris, honestly, but it's up to whatever you're feeling. It's
Guys,
just yes.
what if I play Tetris? And say this is an Elden Ring stream, but we're playing Tetris.
You should be under the Elden Ring category playing Tetris.
Yeah. Tetris superior. Go get your nom nom Nova.
I shall. Okay. I love you.
I love you too.
Goodbye. Be nice to Nino chat and
Guys,
don't forget
be
that
nice
you can use
to-
the Amazon Prime. Oh, I clicked out of it. God damn it. It's gonna be seamless, but that's
Oh shit! What? Fuck! Guys, fuck! I just realized, there's actually a download for this. Excuse me. Was there like an update? Also, I need to recalibrate my face. Hot dog, eddie dog. Do 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 do. Calibrated. Okay, let me see how long is this gonna 54. Okay, nah. Alright, we'll play something else, guys. It's broken. Oh no, it's broken. Okay, let me. Guys, I could start Silent Hill F. Do you guys want me to start with Silent Hill F? Want me to mention F? Think of the pat. Wait, did the pat work? No, there you go, it does work. Yeah, it's basically October. It's October? Okay, I'll start with it then. Ads are so cringy. Hopefully it's not. So Elden Ring, yes, no. I'm sure I've got it downloaded, but there's an update and it seems to be very massive. Yeah, it's seems to be. How much is there? Like how much? So I don't even see the update here, which is weird. Quite strange, I must say. Quite strange. I'm not sure why. Oh yeah, I have not played since then. I have not. Lampy, you got the toil? You got the toil? You got the toil? Oh, that's funny. I can't tile right now. Cooking dinner. Oh, okay. No worries. Guys, I have this in my pocket. Trusting in you. Trust in the new that believes in you. Oh, and I have to do the audio. Surgery is peak. Wait, what's the DLC then? What's the DLC? Nina, how many forms do you have? Forms? What do you mean by that? Like, what can I become? Is that what you mean? I could be anything you like. I could be anything. I could be Tung Tung Sigur if you like. I could be Tung Tung Sigur. I can be I can be Nicholas Cage. I can be Nicholas Cage. Wait, Nicholas Cage. Wait. Alright, let me quickly change turtle. I hope you guys are ready for to be spooked. Right, well, there you go. I got it. Most cursed Sunday ever. Okay, but look, I'm like that 24/7. Needs cursed. Be spooked by what is that? What is love? Oh, baby, don't hurt me. Okay, I got the title. Alright. Me. Wait. Why is it? Did I not get the audio properly right? Oh, fuck, no. Wait. English? Voice language. Oh. Wait. Ah, here we go. Wait. Headphones. Ooh, what?
It's just satisfying to kill
Tempered
so many
Palico
people.
just raided my stream with 4
Palico!
viewers.
It's just
Everyone
satisfying
behave.
to kill
Tenacity!
so
Did you guys
many
have fun
people.
with Helldivers? Let's go!
Mr. Tenacity Psycho just raided my stream with 6
Oh
viewers.
my
Everyone
God.
behave.
Oh my god, unbelievable. Thank you, Tenacity and Palico. Did we get the Tenacity clip? I don't think we saw a Tenacity clip. Let's do it. Mr. Tenacity. We may have been murdered a few times. Oh, that's normal though. Oh. Beautiful.
Tempered Palico is raiding
Tempered
with a party
Palico
of
is raiding with a party of 4. Mertenacity Psycho is raiding with a party of 6. Ninubot. No. Tempered Palico just raided the dungeon with 4 viewers. Ninubot. No. Mertenacity Psycho just raided the dungeon with 6 viewers.
Oh,
Mr. Tenacity Psycho
Palico.
just raided the dungeon with 6 viewers.
Why you like this? I was like, that clip is freaking good. So, I don't know why my audio's not being game audio's not being picked up here. I'm sure. Okay, wait, let me deselect it and then reselect it again then.
Moderator 2.5 Your subscriber cheer 20 Tempered Palico. Tempered Palico is raiding with a party of 4. Mertenacity
No
Psycho
way.
is raiding with a party of 6. Ninubot. No. Tempered Palico just raided the dungeon with 4 viewers. Ninubot. No.
With this said, I love you lots, little kitten. Also, I'm slowly approaching your location for them toes. Hee hee hee.
On that note, guys, there is actually a Silas. There is a Silas. Oh my god! Dorime. There is a Silas. There's a Silas Tangia. I know artists. I just realized. Oh no, he is there. He is there. Silas is there. Okay. Wow. My brain is calm now. Alright. Honestly, I don't know why the audio is not working. It's working on my... let me, if I turn this on. You guys can hear this.
Don't forget, I keep an eye on you, kitten.
Oh my god. Plum! What the what? Look what I am! Oh my god! Oh my god! Stop being so kind. Oh my god, was that Valor? Oh. Crikey. Which part am I looking at? I think it's fine. Did Nino turn into unicorn poop? No, I'm not unicorn poop. I am beautiful. Where are my wings though? Where my wings at? Oh, hearts. Where's my wings? Where's my wings? What number is my wings? Where's my wings? Where's my wings? Wait. I don't know where my wings at. Guilty. Oh my god, wait, guys, is that a new emote? Oh, love. Although this is taking so long. It's taking so long. Me. Yeah, I can be a flying shit. Shit. Which button is it though? Which? Oh my god. I think I just entered pie. Wait. Where are you? If I... Why my eyes sideways in that? I don't know which button it is. Wait, is it like... What if it's like Alt F5 or something like that? Oh my god. By the way, look at this. Look what I can do. Okay, I'm done. Alright, you guys hear a game, right? I don't know why it's... Wait. Maybe... Audio. Oh, here we go. Let me change it to game. There we go. Yeah! I got it.
Why is my face looking like an Shredder accident? Also, why would anyone date my vampire pale ass? Also, Jeff's song goes like na 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 na.
I think I broke it.
Na 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 na.
Thank you. Well, I don't know what that was, but that was something. That was something. Wait. Why is it C to go back? Yeah, I would bake waffles for you. I would love waffles. I would love waffles. We could animate more resources. The traditions and have difficulty for story-focused puzzles. Wait, is this the hardest? Lost in the fog. Puzzle will be more difficult for players looking for a serious challenge. Show me your easy nose.
38 months.
38 months. That's almost a
Guys, show me your new remote. Show me your new remote. Oh, that is so cool. Let's do Lost in the Fog. Also, Devin, you absolute legend. That was. Thank you. I really appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Silent Hill music. By the way, guys, is audio okay? Is audio okay? Is audio okay? Meow, 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 meow. Okay. Oh man. Guys, get spooked. Is what if game crashed? The game dead. Oh, guys. I didn't know what happened. The game dead. Oh my god. Wait, it's movie.
私は一人でも全然寂しくないの。仲間外れなんか気にしないもん。
ひなこ、お友達のところに遊びに行ったんじゃなかったの？
男の子と遊ぶ子はおままごとに入れてあげないだって。
じゃあ、お姉ちゃんと一緒におままごとしよっか。
お姉ちゃん。ほんとね。
お待たせ。お姉ちゃん。何かいいことでもあった？
昔を思い出してた。
Guys, I wore a kimono before. It's so cool.
小さい頃からずっとお姉ちゃんだったんだなって。
ひなこ、私ね。
By the way, let me know if you guys want me to put it in English.
これお姉ちゃんにあげる。
Oh.
綺麗だわ。ありがとう。
Wait. You can mute it. You can disable the closed caption. My pee-pee. Just my pee-pee. Yeah, puppy.
その言い草はなんだ。
お父さんやめてください。
純子があんなにも高校娘なのに、どうして妹の前は何もかも正反対
Oh
なんだ。
my god. お父さん。
どこ行く？話はまだ終わってないぞ、ひなこ。
お父さん、ひなこだって分かってくれてますよ。
分かってたらどうしてあの態度になるんだ。こ
You're
れも
drunk.
全部お前がひなこをずっと甘やかしてきたからだろう。
ひなこ、お父さんはね、あなたのためを思って
友達のとこ行ってくる。
早めに帰っておいでね。
Oh man. Oh. Oh gosh. Oh my god, the sensitivity and a lot of stuff. Lot of stuff. Toggle, no. Hold. Mouse sensitivity. Let's do 6. Key bindings. Yes. Check. F short. Dodge. Light attack. Right. Focus. Special actions. Dang.
会ってたまるか。そんなこと。
Oh, there must be blur. I cannot stand blur. Is there blur? Where's the blur? Blur.
Meow.
Meow. Okay. I mean, okay, it's a bit weird, but it's fine. The F? Is my French place? My French place? Oh! Foxes. Okay, no jumpy. Oh my
Don't
fucking
forget,
god.
I keep an eye on you, kitten.
Oh my god. You scared the living shit out of me. Okay, keep an eye on me, mother. Is this my friend's house? Okay, wow, dead ends. Okay.
拝んでおこう。
Guess I'll pray. Okay.
神様。
Oh, okay, this is where we
Human sacrifice, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria.
Yes! Oh my god, also... Hi, Panther. Why is C back?
Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. I have pee. I have pee. Ooh. Whoa. Can we drink? Drink it.
We came, we saw, we kicked its ass.
Wait, a woman is only complete when she's loved. Wow. We came, we saw, we kicked his ass. Ass whooping. Wait, let me go back to Ninu model. Shall we? Shall we? Shall we? Okay. Featuring the latest fashion for young women so pure they even make flowers blush. Is that it? I thought I was gonna see some pictures. I thought it was gonna be like, guys, do you remember what do you call it? Mafia? Was it Mafia 2? Where you just see like Playboy girls? Yeah, I thought we were gonna get a show, but I guess not. Oh shit, we have a map. Oh, well, it looks like this can be opened, maybe? Open, yeah. No good, it won't budge. Okay, well. Ooh, okay. Fine then. The stupid music is stuck in my head. Pizza, pasta, put it in the box. Bring it here and put it on my... Wait, cock? What? My tortellini on my weenie, pepperoni on the walls, cheesy on my peenie, and some salsa on my boobs? Do you have a dress like she's wearing? Wait. I do. Wait. How do you know about... Like in real life? You talking about in real life? You talking about in real life? Is that... Wait a minute. Why is everyone... No. I can send a clip of that song. Yeah, send it to me. I might not be able to check it now though. But send it to me. Head to... Oh... G? Yeah. You can show what to do next. You could... V. Okay. Okay. Press V. Why no wiki? Can I? Oh! Article. Serious issues in Ibusu Gaiko. Here? Send it to me in Discord so I can check later. Okay? And it was a guess, but now I know more. Shit. Yeah. I do have it. I do have it. I think it's just hanging where my clothes are hanging. Guys, do you want me to really read these things? Do you guys need me to read this, or should I just leave it for you guys to read? Meow 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 meow. Oh my god!
But what if I can't read?
But what if I can't read?
Bruh, I can't. Okay, fine. Starting around May, Ibusu Gaiko began. Okay, sorry, I couldn't last. Oh, it's hard. It's hard. Okay, how do you guys... Okay, how do you read? How do you, like... have the patience? How do you have the patience? I tried. Okay, wait. Oh. Is it this? Not this. Is it like an, Oh, this is a character? Oh, this is cute. Mom? Otosan. Dunko. We don't have a picture of her. Is she crazy? Okay. You know, Nino doesn't have the concentration to read. Yeah, look, it's hard, okay? It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. I don't know how you guys do it. Oh, is this another... Ooh, doll. Oh, it's a fox. It's a fox. How do I pray again? That's not... Okay. I tried, but I guess I can't pray. So unsettling. Unsettling. Oh my god, wait, they had vroom vrooms? Wait, what year is it set?
すいません。
すみません。すみません。
運転手さんいませんか？
Is this when it turns upside down? Uh-oh. Oh no, is this the upside down world?
他の道を探そう。
How does that thing go? In my dreams, I dream of this place called Silent Hill. Open the door. Open the door.
この先に抜け道があったはず。
Cut ahead, okay. Okay. Jump scare? Oh. Well, this is... Guys, this is upsetting. She's not touching the wall. This is upsetting. What else was she that? Wait. Not that. Wait. I'm so upset that they're not touching the wall. What the fuck? Do 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 do. Oh, crazy. Do 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 do. Okay. I'm not afraid to take a step. Everybody. Oh. Oh my god. Truck was blocking the road. I've lost my concentration. See you. Okay. You traitor? What do you mean? The only right song? Do you even know the song I was talking about? Yeah, do you even know the song I was singing? Never know. Silly schoolgirl. Okay, should we? I feel like I'm gonna get my ass whooped, and I don't want to get my ass whooped. Oh, is this map? Name Suzutani Mayumi. Last seen wearing white blouse, long navy skirt, beige neckerchief with black polka dots. The rest has been torn off. Oh no. Girls are despairing. By the way, let me know if you want me to change the audio to English. Because I know it's very difficult for you guys to read. Not for me though, because I'm not a baby like you guys. Because I can read. Where do drivers go? Driver went to sleep. That's right. Like ascot? That's big word. I don't even know. Mascot? Mascot? Ass. 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 Hey, Plum. Also, hi. I saw what you did yesterday. Thank you for the biddies. Waiter? Oh! Oh, is that a friend? It's a boy? It's a boy.
Yo.
Yo.
Shoo.
Neckerchief. Neckerchief.
なんか言ってよ。
お前こそなんか言うことはないのかよ。
相棒にないんだったら私にだってない。
お前らしいや。
Is that... Are those fags?
生き方なんてお前らしくないぜ。お前が自分で選んだ道なら俺はいつまでも応援するからな。
Aww. Are they lovers?
お待たせ。
Oh.
ひなこもいたんだ。
リンコ。
何の話をしてたの？
いや、大した話は。
誰かとおしゃべりしたい気持ちだったんだって。
気が紛れたよ。
それはよかった。お役に立てて光栄の極み。会えると分かってたら借りてた雑誌持ってくればよかった。
ああ、貸したままでいいよ。インコに貸した時点で戻ってくると思ってないし。
んだとこんちくしょう。笑いすぎだよ。サクコだってひなこから何か借りてるんじゃないの？
Oh my god! Oh, look. Oh, I just realized. Cigarettes. I just. I'm sorry. That is not what I meant.
いいこと聞いた。これからはサクコに貸すとき消しゴムであっても証文書かせるから。
Oh, it's changing. It's changing. Guys, you know what happened? She smoked too much. She got high.
ごめん。何？
ごめん。
裏切りも。
Oh. Huh? Oh. Oh my god, I love spider lilies. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Wait, how am I supposed to run? Ah! Ah! Bruh. Oh no. Oh no. She got the pox. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Oh my god, wait. I'm just controlling the camera. Oh crikey. Oh crikey. Oh fuck. Run, girl, run! Why am I not running? Oh my god. Oh my god! Ah! Oh my god! Ah! 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 So many! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I'm so fucked! I did not pee! Wait, am I being tentacled? Oh. Oh, you're helping? How kind of you.
Oh, thank you for the biddies. The biddies right on my titties.
You know what? I think this is helping. CEO, entrepreneur, born in 1964. Jeffrey Bezos. CEO, entrepreneur, born in 1964. Jeffrey Bezos.
Come on, Jeffrey.
You can do it, put your back in, booty, do it, raise your eye, be real way. Da 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 da. Yeah, 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 I'm thinking, bring it up, get it the right. Be where are we? Da 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 da. Pants! Oh my god, I do miss Pants. When is Pants coming back? Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Hello, late. Ah! Let go! Let go! Let go! Let go! Oh my god. Ay, ay, ay. No! Oh gosh. No, 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 no. Oh, fuck off. Come on. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me right now? Am I dead? Am I dead? Junko! Go, 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 go.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Guys, this is why we shouldn't do drugs. This is why we shouldn't do drugs. Because drugs makes us see things. Things that are not real, or things that are real. Nova Zero. Hey partner, these painkillers should work best for you. They're not only take care of your headache, but also...
I just want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting on you.
Oh my god. Was Kojima part of making this Silent Hill? Sadly, no. But I literally saw a tweet yesterday, or was it this morning, of Kojima posting a spooky game. And it kind of looks like PT, but it's not PT. Maybe it's like a different type of PT games, but it's a spooky game. It looks very exciting. And in October, we're gonna be just playing spooky games, guys. I'm not gonna piss myself. You're gonna piss yourself. Okay, how do I use it? How do I use it? Bandage. Okay. Lovely. I gotta swear, Konami is still making video games.
Roger, Roger. What's our vector, Victor?
Allied radio clearance, over.
That's Clarence, over. Over.
Roger.
Over.
Huh?
Oh no, that's not what I meant to do. What I meant to do was change the color of... Okay, I can't change it. Well, wham wham wham. No! Wait, I just did a 360, didn't I? Did I? Wait, I did. How do I manage to do this? Hello? Anyone? On the way back to Chizuru. Oh shit! Holy fuck, why
This
did that
woman
scare
has to
me?
be gotten to a hospital.
A hospital? What is it?
It's a big building with patients, but that's not important right now.
Hospital? Oh! Red pill. You mean I'm red pill? But I did hear like this game has good reviews, so.
Freya?
No, thank you. I take it back, like my man. Make me mean. Is that more pill? No, wait. Okay. Shit. Well, shit. I can tell you, girl. It's not Shu. It's ooh. Why am I guys, send me back to the asylum, please. Send me back to the asylum. Why the fuck do I say weird shit like that? We should all get sexual on this at the same mental state. Dude, what if we already are?
Rinko?
Jinko? Yeah, well, I mean, I'm glad there's no stamina. Do I have a weapon? I want weapon. We've been here the entire time. No. Oh! Wait. No. Oh.
There's been a little problem in the cockpit.
The cockpit?
The cockpit.
It's a little room in the front of the plane where the pilot sits, but that's not important right now.
You want a kiss? You want a kiss? You know what? This is why I don't like to evade. Okay. If you dodge just before an enemy attacks, then you will perform a perfect dodge and recover your stamina. Okay, well. Hit me! Okay, well, it didn't work. Okay, can you target me better?
Just want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting on you.
Come on. Ah! Okay. When do I hit her? Oh, fuck, no. Shit. I just wasted that. Okay. Oh, that hit! Where's my stamina? It doesn't look any different. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna run. I'm gonna find a weapon, right?
We're smoking.
Oh no. No weapon. What is that? Oh, I see, okay. Oh, dead end. Ooh, shit. Oh, come on. Really? Come on. Oh, it's just a red pill? It's just drugs? No. Okay. Meow. Oh. Something gonna jump out of here? Nothing. Nada. Hello?
I picked the wrong week. Quit drinking.
Good drinking. Drinking good. Okay. Can I fall off? Oh! Local doctors note. Guys, there's so much text. There's so much text. Okay. There are cases where patients see an improvement in their symptoms not by taking medicine, but rather by simply talking to a doctor. The cause of this phenomena lies undeniably in the trust fostered between practitioner and patient. Conclusively, the pharmacists who have been trusted since ancient times perhaps could be said to... Okay, I'm okay, there's too much text. It didn't make sense, guys. It didn't make sense. Is that a woman? Wait, am I going the right way?
Nervous?
Yes.
First time.
Yay!
No, I've been nervous lots of times.
Wait, I'm going back. Shit. Well, how did you know? Wait, wait. There's no... Oh, fuck, wait. Wait, how? Where? Is there like a jumpy? Can I jump here? Nope. Okay, so... The fuck am I supposed to go? Is it that place that we saw? That had like a jumpy area? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay. What? How do I... What? How do I... How...
Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit amphetamines.
Amphetamines? Wait, so how the fuck do I, how do I get over here? How do I? Oh, I'm supposed to go back here? Oh, so basically I wasted time? Oh, come on. Alright.
Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue.
Oh, I can jump up here. Oh! Did I pray? Is this the same spot? What is it? Oh no! I hear them. Oh wait, there is. Oh, who the fuck is breathing? Stop breathing. Otomo-san? Please. Papi? So it was Naked Gun, but Blurb just has like single words from it and...
Explain. Explain yourself.
No.
What is it?
No. I don't know what it means. I'm spooked. What are those? Something bad's gonna happen.
Nice beaver.
Thank you.
Hey, Pippa.
I just had it stuffed.
Let me help you with that.
Beaver? Hold up. No. I need a key. Okay, well, ma'am. Where do people normally put keys? I don't want to go outside. I don't want to go outside. Oh, there's upstairs. Oh. Hello? Can we be friends? Where are you? Okay, let's go here first. Please just give me a weapon. There's blood. There's blood. There's blood. Yokan. A jelly-like dessert filled with red bean paste, a bite-sized delight. Great Lisa's health can also be used as an offering. I don't understand. Have you seen Airplane, Ninu? What airplane? Where's the airplane? Where's the airplane? What mystery? In the same place every time, alright. Use them. The movie Airplane? No. 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 No, I've never heard of it. Is it spooky? Oh. Oh. Is that someone's face? Oh, hi. Is that a key? Oh, lovely. Beautiful. No, not spooky. The Green Mile is my favorite movie of all time. Oh, fair. We actually watched that. Like maybe a while back. Oh, okay, we have to fix that? Oh. What? Okay, is it, like Helldivers? Is it like Helldivers? Alright, come on. I'm gonna get beaten up. I want to look at. I want a close up of these like photos. They look very pretty. Okay, go on. Are you gonna lob something? Go on. Go on. Lob it. Lob it. No! Fuck! The key doesn't fit? Are you kidding me right now? What? The key does not fit. The key does not fit. What? How? Why? Am I supposed to clean it? Oh my, wait, does it unlock something else? What does it? Oh my god. Wait, maybe I'm supposed to go through this room? I don't like this. Okay. Oh my god. Please get me out of here. I don't want to leave. Come on, come on, come on, come on. This is it's not even spooky season yet. It's not spooky season yet. No, I don't want to. Oh my god.
Don't forget, I keep an eye on you, kid.
Stop. Stop. Are you fucking with me right now? Are you... Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have this effect on women. I don't know. I have this effect on women. Are you? No. You can't. You can't. I'm on the edge. Oh man. Oh man. This is where I need to I can't. What is this? Does it mean I can't go there? What does it all mean? What did it? Is this the general store? Does this say general store? Is this the store? I don't want you. I want to be part of this. Can I jump over here? Okay, which way do I go from here? Do you think I can go this way? Wait, do I go straight? Okay. Oh, hiya. Oh! Well, will you look at that? Antique hope. A small harbor specifically made to be used in religious ceremonies. A type of offering yields a greater...
stewardess, I speak jive.
Oh, good.
He said that he's in great pain and he wants to know if you can help him.
Help him with what? Kokoro. Some offering not only becomes live in sanity, but can... Sanity! There's sanity! I have sanity! Use faith at a Hokora to fully restore your sanity. If you have chosen story, you repair both your health and sanity without using faith. How do I use it? How do I? I don't have any faith.
What was it we had for dinner tonight?
Well, we had a choice: steak, fish.
Yes, I remember. I had lasagna.
Oh my god! Can I get some lasagna? Oh, I can save. Oh man. Oh man. Oh! Crikey! You know what? That's fine. Receive a random omomori? Oh! I wanted... Are these like little cute socks? They're so cute. Okay, I don't have anything, so... Please tell me I'm not going back in circles. Oh, I am going to a different place. Okay. Shit, wait. This is a path. It's a whole ass path. Wait, is this another? Okay, nothing there. Alright. Please don't beat me up. Please be kind to Ninu. Oh, no secret? Oh my god. How disappointing. Okay. Is this Oiler?
Rinko?
Oh no. You want a kiss? Of course not. My mom makes it. Oh, finally, weapon. Oh my god, guys. Classic Silent Hill 1. Wait, was Silent Hill... No. Silent Hill 2. Did Silent Hill 1 even have a pipe? Girl! I'm strong! Use light attack. Though you cannot deal much damage, you will be able to attack more swiftly. Movement will slow, but you will deal one. You have high chance of stunning an enemy. Okay. To lock on enemy. Okay. Oh. Oh fuck. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, did I do it? I did it? I did it? I did it.
I don't make mistakes.
Enough big brain.
The rest of you.
Big brain. Nino big brain. I did it.
I'm better.
I finally have a weapon. Now I feel better. I'm smarter. I can do it. I can do it. I'm Nino. Fight me. Fight me. Counter. Certain enemies attack will leave them vulnerable. How do I... The visual hint indicates that a count is possible. Wait, what? When using focus. Okay, this is quite difficult because... Was that a counter? Was that a counter? Did that make sense? Fight me! Fight me! I have a weapon. Can I get a gun? Do I get a gun in this game, guys? Do I get a gun? You get a gun? Need to get a gun? Need to get a gun? Can I get a gun? Need to get a gun? Oh, what is this? A portable toolkit containing restore. I have to worry about that. Okay, wait. How do I see where my weapon is? Oh, here we go. How bad is it looking? Durability high. How do I know? How do I know? Yeah, I do like holding weapons. It's like, you know, like holding a fidget spinner. You know, it's... Omae Shoot! Mister? Wait, am I going the right way? Oh, I think I am. Anything here? Ooh, wait. Ooh, pretty. Hello? Hello? It's me. It's me. Wait. Oh. Where's my EXP? Guys, you know what I really want to play is the new Ghost of Sushi game. But I think it's only console, which really sucks. Could they stop making games console exclusive? Can I break this? No. Can they stop making games console exclusively? It's because most people have PCs now. Oh, Ramune! Oh my god, I literally had this the other day. Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, Tsushima, sushi. What's the other one called? The new one? That's not out yet. I know. Damn. Guys, I've always wondered what these things are. Is it like where you're supposed to put like the ball? Yotai. Yeah. Also, I don't know why my Elden Ring, I didn't know there's like an update. It didn't show any update. Scam, huh? I hear you. Fight me. Come. Yeah. Oh, good drink. And get offie. Offie. Oh. This is where you pray. Me. Make sure. Oh wait. Mia. I have nothing to offer. Wait, I do. Oh. And then this. Okay. Offer. Oh, hashtag blessed. Hashtag blessed. Alright. Oh. Yes. Almost decrease enemy line of sight. Okay. Lovely. Is it random? Is it random? Another steel pipe. Yeah. Bite me, ladies. Oh.
Sakuko.
Oh. Where's the, like, where do spider lilies often grow? These flower, no, I thought it was a girl. Guys, I finished the game. It's a girl, right? It's one of our girlfriends. Spider lilies often like brightly shaded areas. Wait, is it? Wait, who died? Wait, I thought it was a girl. Is it Shu? Wormhole. Edward time.
この夢だったよね。堅苦しい神社じゃなくて、駄菓子屋の娘に生まれたかったって。ここならいつでも好きなだけお菓子が食べられるよ。おやすみ。Sakuko.
Wait, who is Sakuko? Which one is Sakuko? Oh, wait, she changed?
私やっぱり咲くことの約束
Rip out your pipe, girl! Oh, wait. Are there more? Oh fuck! Ah! Oh. Fuck! Oh fuck! Stamina. Okay. Ah! Whoa! Somehow I managed to kill both of them at the same time? This is Japan, yeah. Oh, I hope so. There's some katana laying around. Oh no. knife! This baby knife! Oh no. Is it changing? By the way, guys, what do you guys think of the game so far? Oh! The baby bird takes her first stage. That's the achievement that I got. Yeah. Dosa? You? Ooh. Hutsu, respected by all and a leader of the people, was wed to pine. Plum, loved by all and always at the center of any group, was wed to bamboo. Chrysanthemum, who had no mate, spent their days studying under Kutsu, became known as the Sage of the East. Let the prosperity of our clan be eternal. Feels like a movie? That's good. Wait, I wanna do something. Hold up a second, guys. I wanna see if I can. Where are you? Wait, it's in VTube Studio. Yeah. This one? Oh my god, I think I did it. Look, like it should do something with the colors, I think. Something like that. Oh, wait, guys. It's a code thingy. They had no mate. They're maidenless. There's an order. Respected by all, had a leader of the people who was wed to pine. But what should the order be? Oh wait, there's some pictures here. Oh, okay, never mind. By all and always at the center. So Plum is in the middle. So let's get the Plum. Is this Plum? Is this a Plum? Is that a Plum? Does that look like a Plum? You like my thing? You like it? Maybe? Wait. Done it right? Getting right? Oh, fuck. And... Wait. Oh, fuck. Oops. Shit, son. There you go. It's not too spooky now. Alright. Okay. Let's see. Who had no mate spent their day studying under Kutsu, sold their below Kutsu, and became known as the Sage of the East. Of our clan be eternal. Bruh. Oh, I can examine them. Oh, it's a bird. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now they Wait, why did he do that? For what purpose? Just to spook me? Huh? Okay, let's just drop it here. Okay, what is this? Maybe. Oh! Fuck! Oh my god. Oh my god. Is it done? Is it done? I don't think it's done properly. I don't wanna look at. Oh, fuck shit!
Ninu, is this game scary?
No. You. What the fuck is it? What is this? Fish? Okay. Is this plum? Oh, I don't fucking know. I don't know which is plum. I don't get it anymore. I don't get it. No, I didn't pee myself. You're wrong. Kutsu. I'm guessing that's the kimono thing. Yes. Respected by all leaders. Was wed to pine. Okay, plum loved by all and always at the center. So, plum is at the center. Yes. Was wed to bamboo. Is that the fan? Is this a fan, by the way? No, this is just random thing. Chrysanthemum. That's a flower, right? Who had no mate, spent their days under. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. You know what? I'm sure one of these will work. I'm guessing this. Open your door. Open your door. Open your door. You know, acting like she doesn't know obscure ghost rules. I don't. I don't. What do you mean? I don't know anything. I'm just a Ninu. And it's Ninu time. Who wants a Ninu? Please don't let her die. Okay, sheesh. Okay. Okay. Oh? Yes. 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 Our mom is a fan of Ninu. Cause our mother, huh? Knock knock. I brought you food. You did? What did you bring me? Okay. I have to actually solve this. So The door knocks do get me. Yeah, me too. They just spook me. Ding dong. Hell yeah. Just did almost. Oh my god. Hear it from the back. Even while you sleep. Oh my god! Tesla has gifted out some packs, guys. Make sure you pick it out. Lumpy, can you pin that? Can you pin the stream loop? What to do now? Yeah, baby! Guys, you know what? Our mother is great. Wait. Guys, I don't want to look at this rat thing. But what would it be? It looks like a pine cone. Wait. There's no... Oh my god. I'm gonna have to solve this, aren't I? Make sure you grab your packs, guys. Thank you, Lemby. Make sure you grab your packs. Make sure you grab your packs. Make sure you grab your packs. Thank you. Thank you. What the what? Thank you.
Tesla 6 gifted a tier 1 sub to Ninut Butter. They have given 1732 gift subs in the channel.
Alright, okay, go on, tell me. Is it one of y'all? Is it one of you guys? Is it one of you guys? What is this, fella? New. Candy store. Ding in the candy shop. Oh! Why are the bats? Oh, this is the girl, Sakuka, one of my friends. She dead though. Shu is somewhere. She's my boyfriend and she's forever. Rinko. What the fuck? Guys, contain your heart. Contain your heart. Oh, there's more story about us, which I'm not gonna read, but maybe one day I'll read. Oh my god, just to make Hype Train next level. Oh my god, thank you for the choo-choo train. Guys, I don't want to read this. I don't get it. Kutsu, respected by all and a leader of the people, was with maybe, perhaps Pine. Maybe, is this silly goofy rat Pine? No, we already did this. Why don't you give me any, like, cues? Gosh, I did pick a hard puzzle, didn't I? This is totally my fault. It's totally my fault. I did this to myself.
Tesna 6 wants to time out G. Is that my own foot? Tesna 6 for 3 minutes.
Wait, who? Gee, is that my own foot? Yeah, we see toes. What is that?
Pip Morris 1987 wants you to turn off your flashlight for 20 seconds.
What flashlight? There's no flashlight. You want me to close my eyes? I'm opening one eye. Wait. Okay. Am I getting anywhere? That's technically flash. Wait. What if my eyes... Guys, what if my eyes were flashlights? That'd be real awkward, wouldn't it? That'd be real awkward. Oh, I don't get it. I don't get it, guys. I don't get it. This will go well? Absolutely not. Oh man. Wait, can I? Who the fuck is walking? Oh, this is not graphics, but wait. I can't even... Can't change the game. Okay. Well, fucking hell. Alright. Shit. How do I... Okay. Well. Anything change? Anything different? Nah. I did say flashlight. I did say that. I did. Oh my god. Wait. We have another chest. Oh my god. It's fuck. Why look fuck? Oh. I need some like cues, like audio cues maybe, you know, like something that's... Wait, it's kind of lighting up. Wait, is it changing? Does that mean I'm getting close? No! Ninu being subversive. That's a big word. Wait, did it change? Nah, it looks the same. It looks the same. Oh my god, I'm just... Guys, how many combinations can we have? How many? Is it? How do we multiply the thingy to figure out how many combinations we can get? How do we do it? How do we do it? By doing math? Yeah, I know, but...
Tesna6 says, Dear Nini, I am from Bad Dragon. I have so many ideas about your flesh.
You do? Go on, tell me. I have very smooth skin. Go on, tell me. Ninu skin smooth. Nothing's changing. Everything's the same. Guys, I think I've screwed myself. Oh, we're stuck on the first puzzle. We're stuck on the first puzzle, guys. Played. Nothing is changing, is it? Oh my god. Who did it? Oh my god. I thought I was gonna be fighting women. Man. Oh, I guess not. I love this one. You love it. Love it. Oh man. There must be other. Okay. Okay. It's said about all and the lead. Fuck!
But you didn't expect this. By this I mean the flashbang.
No, I didn't. I didn't. No, absolutely not. I didn't. God damn. God damn it. Are you proud of yourself? Are you proud of yourself? Are you proud of yourself? Stinky. Was that the flashback? No, I didn't. No. No. Give me clues. I need clues. Give me. Oh, puzzle. Oh, fuck, of course. Kutsu said about all and the leader of the people was wed to pine. Oh, wait. What if this has to be here, and then which one is pine? Is the rat pine? It looks like a pine cone. Yeah. Plum, loved by all and was at the center of any group, was wed to bamboo, who had no mates, spent their days studying under Kutsu and became known as the Sage of the East. Oh, wait. So, swap these two around. I think I'm getting there. I think I'm getting close. Guys.
How'd that get in there?
I don't know! What is that? I'm gonna piss myself. I'm gonna go toilet. BRB. Bruh, I can't believe you. That fucking timing. That was so stupid. Ugh, gosh. Yes, I am busted. Burp. Okay. I think I have a feeling we are getting close. We're getting close. So had no basement there. Chrysanthemum. Isn't that like a flower? That was a quick pee. Sage of the East. I don't know. I don't think it's this. But imagine if it was. Yes, it's a flower. Yeah? Oh my god, I feel smart. Fine, maybe something else. The prosperity of our clan be internal. We can just ignore this line. Make a noise, please. Am I getting close? Guys, am I even getting close? Am I getting close? Does... Oh man, you got it.
How'd that get in there?
I don't know. That was great. I'm gonna piss myself. I'm gonna go toilet. That was such great timing. I don't know how you guys did that. That was great. You know, maybe this rat needs to be swapped with something. Man, am I getting close? Guys, also, does it feel like the smoke is changing? Like, is it changing? Is it? Is it just wishful thinking? Wishful thinking? Oh my goodness! What the what? Tesna! Thank you. Oh my god! It goes like. Wait, is there another Valorant one going on? Gotta go do some dumb adult stuff. Oh my god, Tesna, imagine doing adult stuff. Do 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 do. Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Guys, Alice just sent me something. Damn, hold up. Wife? That's wife? Your wife? Or mine? See you in a bit, Tesna. Parents are given a bonus of hell yeah. Sending you sus stuff. Well, it was when she saw the the mannequin. I don't know if I was dead or I was just holding onto snail cat. Oh my god! Oh my goodness gracious! Oh, give me a sec. Oh my fucking lord! Oh my god! It's not October yet. It's not October yet, sir. Okay, it looks like the smoke is kind of changing, right? Is it changing, guys? Is it me? Am I just imagining the smoke? Is it changing? There's your sign. Wow. Thank you. We're warming ourselves up for it. Oh, is that so? Is that so? Oh no, the smoke's the same. No, it's different. I don't know! Tis so. Blood. Please. Oh man. There must be another clue somewhere. It looks. I don't know. It looks the same. Maybe Hard Puzzle was a mistake. Yeah. As you can see, I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. It's just that I don't want to look at the rat again. I don't know you could do anything. This is a fish, right? Fish. And this is just... Wait. Are those bamboo? Are those like...
Me?
What? What did you take a picture of? What did you take a picture of? Was it my pee-pee again? Was it my pee-pee again? Did he take a picture of my pee-pee again? Oh man. No man. Oh gosh. Oh man. Everybody's gonna see my pee-pee again. Again. Hey. What's this supposed to be? Wait, how does a chrysalis look like? Does it look like this? There's always your pee-pee. Look! Lampy! What am I supposed to do if my pee-pee is just big and out there? Hold on. Chrysalis... Oh! Chrysanthemum. Oh, it... Oh my god, wait, it is! Guys, we're getting somewhere. Where did we say? Who had no mate spend their days studying under the zoo? Okay, so... This... Here... Please, come on. I must be close, right? I must be close. I must be close. Oh, bloody hell. Nini's pee-pee is a national treasure. Exactly. Exactly. Am I doing it wrong? Alright, so we think Kutsu is the kimono thingy? Yes? And the wed to pine, which I'm guessing is the rat. I just don't want to look into it again. Plum? Wait. Which one is the plum? Wait, we had the fish. What if no, the fish can't be the pine. Plum. Is it our plum? Is it our plum, Tucker? Chrysanthemum, who had no mate, spent their days studying under Kutsu, known as the Sage of the East. Am I, like, doing it wrong? Am I doing it wrong? How do we... Plum Tucker, can you tell us the solution to this, please, sir? Can you tell us the solution? Bruh. Okay, how many How many possibilities have we gone through? Alright, guys, I'm gonna zoom into this rat thing. You guys inspect it, and then let me know what it is, okay? Okay? Are you guys ready? Wait, am I hovering on it? Yeah, okay. Alright, there you go. Are you looking, guys? I'm gonna spin it around now. Alright, is it done? Oh, did you guys look at it? Did you see anything? You put it back. Oh, my bad. Oh, okay. Okay, hold up. It's V, right? Okay, ready? Alright, you're looking? Is it... Am I spinning it? Am I spinning it? Did I spin it? Is it done? Did you guys see it? What did it look like? Should I just give myself nightmares? Don't really see anything. Oh. Yes? Wait, yes to what? Just look like a rat in a leaf. A rat in a leaf. Looks like a plum, does it not? Where do we say plum goes? At the center. Maybe... Yeah. This? Fine. Bruh, I know. I don't know. Am I... Does it feel like we're getting closer, guys? Does it feel like we're getting somewhere? Oh, imagine if the door opened. Imagine if the door opened. Which one were we gonna change around? These two. Let's go check. Migrate Village in Inu. Yeah, oh my god! Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do! So this must go in the middle, right? I don't get it. I don't get it. Also, I need to play more. Huh? Okay, I don't know what happened. Something funky happened there. I thought I just like traveled somewhere special. So game said new special. But no. I don't get it. Wait, if I send this to the girls, do you think they'll figure it out? Hold up. Let me take a screenshot of it. Oh. Okay. Alright, let me send it to the girls. Girls! Nerds! Can you solve this? There you go. Why is there an arrow here? Gosh. Okay. Let's inspect this fish properly. So there's clouds, there's fish, but it's like two-headed, and then there's something coming out of it. Which I don't get. Two-headed fish. What is this thing coming out of it, guys? What would you call that? That's no. Actually, Lampy. That PP is inside their body, I think. I don't get it. I don't know. Actually. Oh my goodness. Actually. I regret doing this to myself. Okay, hold up. This is... Alright. Wait. I legit can't change it. Wow. I... Doko? Deserted by all, and the leader of the people was wed to pine. Plum, loved by all and always at the center of any group, was wed to bamboo. Who had no mate, spent their days studying under the known as the Sage of the East. Okay. Can you only set it when you start the game? Yes. You see, in the older Silent Hill, you could actually change it mid-game, but I guess not. I guess no. It would have been cool if I got it first round, right? Fish time. I'm just gonna change. I'm gonna swap one of them around. I'm gonna swap these two around. Please. 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 Oh, I can't think straight. I can't. I cannot. I cannot. Lampy, I can't do that. I can't do that. That takes actually longer. It takes so... Bruh, give me a sign. Give me a sign. You too? Bro. Give me a sign. Time to look up the answer. No, I'm not weak. I'm not weak. Maybe there's like different meanings that I don't know. It means I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why is there like no I have the answer. I googled it 20 minutes ago. Okay. Alright, am I close? Am I close? Am I remotely close? Did I get it right? Like, did I get any of them right? Did I understand it correctly? Is the fan supposed to be bamboo? Is Kutsu the this thing? The bird? Maybe wait. Is there another meaning for bird? Is there another meaning for dead ass bird? Is there another meaning for bird? Is bird the flower? You've got like most turned around. I need to turn them around? It doesn't make sense to me. Okay, I think this is it. This is like the four of them are incorrect. Wait, hold up. All right, are they all incorrect now? Okay. No, Nini going on gut. Okay. Initially, I wasn't. I would like to point that out. Initially, I wasn't. I wasn't initially. I guess I just. I think the game is just lying to you guys. The game is just lying. I feel like I'm getting close. Okay, am I getting close at all? Is this close? Is this close? How many do I have correct? How many do I have correct? You see 0 correct. You have 0 correct. Stick with it if you're enjoying it still. Oh. Bruh. I don't think I'm gonna get this, am I? Am I gonna have to inspect this right? Oh, okay. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. No, forget it. I'm not gonna inspect it. Does it feel different? How long have we spent our time in this place? Okay. Alright, give it to me. I give up. No, I don't give up. Like 4 hours? No, this lies. Stop lying. This is wrong. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. I'm not even close, am I? I'm not even close, am I? I'm not even close. I'm not even close. I thought, okay, wait. This was the chrysalis thingy, right? Had no mate, spent their days studying on the... There must have been on the side. And then he was married to Pine. And then, what about Bamboo? Plum loved by all, always at the center of any group, was wed to Bamboo. I don't fucking get it. I don't fucking get it. You know, you would think at this point I must have like accidentally stumbled across the right answer. Am I 50% close? Am I 50% close to it now? Am I 50%? Am I 50% close? Let's swap these two around. Do you want like 1 or 2 of the 5 and give me 2 of them. Give me 2 of them. Give me the top 2. The top 2. The top 2. It would be funny if it's these. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too dumb for this. The dead rat wrapped in a leaf. No, because I'll belong on the top right. And it's so I was right with these two? Wait, hold up. Oh, wait. The top right. Wait, do I need to swap them around? Oh. Wait, I didn't know the rat was... Does that mean I have to swap the other 2 around? You know, left is the same as right, and the right is the same as left. Okay. I can sense it. I'm getting close to it. I must be getting close. I must be getting close. Getting closer. I'm getting closer. Oh my god. Shiver me timbers. Okay, okay. We're getting even closer, yeah? Yeah? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. Okay. The flower thingy. This. I think it's this way. Nya 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 meow 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 meow. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Wait, Lampy, do you have work, by the way? Do you have work? I'm getting a sinking feeling. Now I just read people are saying depends on the store. It can change. I knew it. There's no saving us. There's no. Yeah, do you have work? Because it's Monday tomorrow. Don't worry, they had that in the old Asylum Hills too. I think it's Sunday. Yeah, but tomorrow is... Wait. I can give you the 2 items that are listed on the top edit if you like. Yeah. Tell me the 2. Tell me the 2. Give me the 2. Dead rat top left and dried fish top right. Does it look different? Does it look different? Oh, you do have work? No way. No way. Okay, it's okay. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. We're getting there. We're getting there. We just gotta... I'm feeling I need to turn those 2 around. Why do you ask? Oh, I'm just asking if you get to chill or do you have to work? Wouldn't it be cool to just chill every single day? I'm not sure about this. I'm off the week after though. Oh hell yeah! Oh my goodness gracious! Oh my goodness gracious! It won't budge. Am I getting close? There's like one more combination, right? Like this? Have you found the golden squirrel? There's a golden squirrel. Not a wait. What? Wait. What? Where? Where? Nah. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait a minute, what? Where the hell is there? Is there a golden squirrel somewhere? Are you... No, there's nothing. There's nothing here. I'm dying. Fucking way. Yeah. Ah, no way. Oh my god. Oh shit. Are we dead? Tasukete. Tasukete. I'm gonna go into lurk space, but I'll be cheering you on in the background. Thank you, Pip Morris. Oh! Whoa! Who this?
怪我はないか怪我をするようなことは私がする
Who this?
君は体を大事にしなさい
ありがとう
それでは行こうか
See you later, Pip Morris.
ひなこ
You gonna leave us here? What?
どうした
Huh?
こっちだ
Don't go! Don't go away from me! Sir! No, please don't go. Mind your step, okay. Can you can you go slower? Are these like two ward-off spirits? Mr. Fox! Mr. Fox! Mr. Fox, please don't leave me here. Mr. Fox. Wait, Mr. Fox. Mr. Oh, crikey. Mr. Fox. Wait, Mr. Fox. Mr. Fox. Mr. Oh. Are these dead people? Are you... Okay. Please tell me I don't have to remember these. Not that pretty. I'm just gonna... Yeah. Mr. Fox? Mister? What does the fox say? Yip. Oh. Yeah. Is this the triangle dude, but like the Japanese version? It's a little knife. I forgot what it's called. Baby knife. Kanto. Kaiken. Beautiful dagger used for ceremonial purpose. The blade has been intentionally dulled so it doesn't make the best weapon. However, it does seem surprisingly durable. Oh yeah. Laughing creepy? Why is it creepy? Why you laugh like that? Why you laugh like that? Mister? Oh!
向こう側から鍵がかかってるみたい。
Look from the other side? Oh, I can't go that way. Mr. Fox? Rip. It's gonna take time. It's gonna take time. It will come back. It will come back. It will be here. It just takes time. Oh, yeah. Oh!
The Natterok asked me, Tanto, huh? Are you thinking about getting a small sword or something? Just remember, with great power comes great responsibility, and the occasional need to slice through the darkness of Silent Hill. Wee. Stay sharp out there.
Wee. Oh, by the way, isn't there like 3 blades? Wait, let me see. Is it Tanto? Then what's Kaiken? That's just ceremonial? It's a dagger. Okay. Yeah, it's a 20 to 25 centimeter dagger. It's like small paper. Double edged. Without. And then Tanto. Oh, three different types. Ew, okay. There's a traditional maintenance that was worn by the samurai class of feudal Japan. Alright, okay. And katana, right? Katana is a long one. Katana is the long, curved one. Tanto is a short Chinese dagger with a blade no more than 11 feet. Okay, and then Falcon is a smaller version. Oh, okay. Okay. Tanto is smaller. It looks scary. Uh-oh. You know what? Guys, you know foxes are known to be like sly. Am I supposed to trust this fox? Wait, is it Nova? Is it Nova? Scrap of paper. Mom, Dad, I apologize for the bottom of my heart. I never made it up to you for being such a horrible daughter. They deserve to have you as parent. I guess I'm getting what I deserve. I mean, is that like going to hell? Were you being naughty? Were you naughty? Were you naughty? Were you naughty? Naughty? Were you naughty? The katana is the primary longsword for open combat. The wakizashi is the shorter companion blade for close quarters and as a backup, and the tanto is the shortest dagger-like weapon for stabbing, surprise attack, or personal use like self-defense by noble women, and sly, clever, mischievous. What about was it Kaiken? Because that's what they called it, right? How do I, No. How do I even check for... There we go. Weapons. Kaiken. I said it right, you shoot Mori. Is that specifically just for Oh, is these people? Bruh. Investigate the shrine. How about... Okay, fine. You beat new. You beat new. Alright. Wait, there was something here. Let me grab this. And then offer this. I don't think we have enough. So let's save it. Wait. Ah, there you go. Okay. I mean, it's locked. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's missing a piece. Need to find that piece or look for hints. Huh. Are we like on Dreamland? Oh. As I pass into the world of the dead, I pray only that I do not pass through the gates of hell. Please hear my prayer. Oh no. Kaiken Jaegers were specialized tanto designed specifically for samurai women. Ah, it's for women. Featuring a 20-25cm blade for easy concealment. Women received Kaiken Jaeger as marriage gift, symbolizing protection, honor, and the transmission of family tradition. And when we're trained in private setting with female instructors, focused on quick defense moves compatible with traditional clothing. That's good. Japanese millwork created intricately detailed Kaiken daggers used high quality materials into the peak of traditional weapon craftsmanship. You know what? That is pretty cool. Oh wait, this is divine water, fresh mountain oiter. It said those who drink this oiter will be blessed by the gods. What is the current max sanity? Okay. Guys, how do I see where my sanity is? Where is my sanity? Where's my brain? Oh! Not that fucking doll again. The Kaiken evolved from a practical weapon to a powerful cultural symbol of women's strength and autonomy in Japanese society. Sanity? What is that? To those corrupted souls who dare encroach upon our sacred land, may you be met with calamity and destruction. The yokai of the carriage had their heads removed, the yokai of the umbrella their arms, and the yokai of the kettle their legs. Only the losses of each shall purify the corruption. Carriage, umbrella, kettle. Okay. Oh no. Bite me. Women. Oh fuck. Oh. Nice tail. Nice tails. Nice nail. Oh. I know, Oh, fuck. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh my god, really? Oh shit! Where's my sanity? It's dead. How do I cure my sanity? Which part is my sanity? I don't get it. I don't get it. What do I... Which part is my sanity? Oh, crikey. This not meant... They don't have a lot on their mind. They just got worms. You got worms. You just got worms in the head. Oh. Oh! Sushi? Oh my god. Oh, and then I give it out. Oh, okay, I can't jump over it. Am I scared of the oiler? Is that it? Okay, how does this... How do I kill this guy? It doesn't look like he's actually dead. It's like he's gonna wake up. Oh my god. Oh, okay, maybe it's not this way. Why have you forsaken me? In your white forsaken me. Okay. Here you go. And then we offer. Oh shit, Sean. Do I have enough? Do I have enough? Cut off his hand. You have never forsaken me? Oh my goodness, really? That's very oh wait. Let me quickly save this again because wow. You know who has forsaken me? Berserk. Literally just blending me all over the place. All over the place. All over the place. Oh wait. Ah, okay. Okay. Alright. I'm not gonna get those symbols. Meow. Meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. You wanna fight me? You wanna fight me? You wanna fight me? You wanna fight Ninu? Do you wanna fight the Ninu? Wow. Oh wow. Wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Greetings. Greetings. Oh, we're back here, huh? Oh! Since I do it. Oh wait! This. So I need to put something in its mouth? Oh! I'm an idiot. Or am I?
No. I'm truly lost. Everything looks the same.
Hello, members. Hello. Hello.
Oh man. The place I was hoping that I didn't have to like interact with. This. Oh, there's people here. Oh.
Mom, Dad, I don't think I'll make it home. I just wish I could see you one last time. Mayumi.
Okay, stop giving me silly sounds. Oh! Divine Order. No way. No. Are you expecting me to remember? No, you can't. No, you're lying. That's not right. Okay, well, are you saying? Are you saying that you will tell me if I'm on the right one? Are you saying that you'll tell me? Is something coming? Fuck, there is. Fight me! Okay, so it doesn't die, huh? Okay, what a stinker. Well, I see. Okay, so how the fuck am I... Oh, this is awful. Is this right? It's not working. Okay. Okay. Well, I mean... Oh, okay. Every time I get it wrong, I think it's gonna wake up? What's up? What's up? Oh, shiver me timbers. Wait, open. Open the door. That's just so much. It's just unsettling sounds, guys. Unsettling sounds. Oh! Bandage. 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 Where? 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 Oh! To whomever happens to read this note, it becomes so easy if you just stop and give up. After all, you're already amongst the dead. Among Us? Pee on it. That will show it. You know what? I think you're right, to some degree. I think you can deter things. This order? Kutsu tea, a slightly thick drink made by dissolving kutsu powder. Okay, what's kutsu? What's kutsu? Among Us. What's kutsu? Let me look that up.
Kudzu. Kudzu is a fast-growing invasive perennial vine native to East Asia. It's plants? It's plants? It's grass? It's I think it's plants. It's green. It looks like green. Super annoying. Let me look at images of it. Oh, I mean, they look like, you know, when like kids draw like plants. It looks like that. So just tea. It's just tea. Alright, wait, did I do a 360 again? Surely not. Wait, no, this is where I came from. Alright. Then this is where I killed the little poop head. And then let's just go this way, and then we offer our stuff. I think it's not dead. You know what? I'm glad it's not like Mr. X, because if it was Mr. X, could you imagine? I'd be sad. I would cry. I would uninstall. Alright, let's get it. Yes. Omamori plum increases max stamina. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I see, huh? Hi. Find the Emma. This. Oh, okay. You know what, guys? I think this might be a good place to save. This might be a good place to save. It means I have to. This. How? But how? How? Are you saying one of them has the thing? Has the fang? I don't get it. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Alright. 360 no scope! Hell yeah! Alright. It's saved. It is saved. 360 these nuts. Bruh. How about I don't know. Alright, let's see who to raid. Oh guys, I have to also play Hades 2. I play Hades 2 too. Hades 2 too. Hades nerds. Nerds. What are you guys feeling like? Want something chill? Do you guys want something chaotic? Do you guys want something spooky? Always vote for chaos and horror, so okay, we can find chaos and horror. Chaos and horror. Chaos and horror. Horror. Okay, there's Rayala is playing. Oh wait, are they done streaming? I think they're done streaming. Okay, never mind. they are playing the Long Dark Rip Bozo. Okay, we'll find someone else. Alright, let me find someone else that's also playing. Should we find another VTuber? Let me see. Same category, here we go. Yeah. I'm just tone person. Are you saying I'm chaotic? I thought I was very chill, actually. Why does it say... This stream says in a loud mountains. Let me just check. What do they mean by loud mountains? They're dying. I can tell you that. Grace, hi. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. I just closed it. I accidentally closed it. Oopsies. Also, my friend Coffee then code is a fish extension. Fish extension? Alright, let's look for it. Let's look at them then. Coffee for then code. Let's see. Each game is it cute fish game? Is it cute fish game? Are they making a cute fish game? How about we raid your friend? Yes. Well, guys, I'm gonna wait. They're not stopping, are they? They're not stopping. Oh my fucking god! I can't believe it. They're stopping the stream. The end of the stream. we can raid Laura. She's playing this game called Baby Steps. Let's see. Guys, how about like we don't raid anyone and we just stay here? We just stay here. We just stay here. Baby Steps is hilarious. Oh, I do plan on playing at some point. Maybe we're like a Sunday group. Oh, hell yeah. Wait, Stream Stickers has a... Yeah, But he plays like. Let's read lore. Oh, there is a sticker party. Sticker party. Okay. He's been playing. What is that? What's it called again? The one where you mortuary assistant. There we go. Mortuary assistant. I think that's like one of his like first streams as well that I watched. Anyways, I'm gonna be back tomorrow. If Billy is not available, then I think I might continue with Silent Hill. And then once we're finished with Silent Hill, I'm thinking of playing Chronos. Is it? That's like it's like Dead Space. It's very interesting. If you guys have any other spooky games I should play, or let me know. There's still, just a warning, guys. There's still stream stickers going off, and Lollip's stream. So just a warning. Okay, I think it's done. Alright, I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Smile later.